The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Hilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle. And everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it, especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey, and saved Salvation. But can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn. That is what I'm talking about. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream. It is June 18th, 2022. In the year of our Lord and our Domine, etc., etc. And it is my great pleasure to welcome everyone to day 22 of D&D with I&B, Eberron, Oracle of War, Season 2. This is Part 2 of the Fortunes of War, little mini arc. That's the name. Fortunes of War is the Season 2 title. And the episode today is Part 1 of The Last Word, as we continue on with our epic campaign through Eberron. Before we go any further down that road, just a couple of quick reminders about ways to help the channel. And in particular, I'm going to be focusing on something rather specific, and you folks probably already know what it is if you've been paying any attention to what's been going on done lately on this channel. Specifically, what I'm speaking about, of course, is the Gray Shade Kickstarter, but I'll come back to that in just a moment. If you haven't already done so, please follow the channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out our YouTube, and please subscribe to us over there. It's free for you to do that, but it allows you to get information about when new videos go live, and you can see past broadcasts of this and many other streams, so that is always appreciated, with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams, and of course Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website for this is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, both !ArvShop, which has merchandise related to various adventures run on this channel, and !ArvTreon, which is the Patreon, are normally the things that I would talk about supporting, but in this particular case, I want to highlight the Kickstarter, so I'll come back to that in just a minute. I will say that subbing to the channel is also a really good thing that makes a big difference, and allows us to do a lot of things, including paying for stuff like that awesome video that you just had a chance to watch and so on. That talent that we see from Peripheral Mike and Chrono Wolf with the music and all that stuff is amazing, and you folks make that possible, so thank you for the support of that. And then on the publishing side, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. But most of all, what we're focusing on here is the Gray Shade Kickstarter. Gray Shade KS is the thing. This is for my novel Gray Shades, basically the universe, as the universe expands of Gray Shade. The book, of course, came out a couple of weeks ago and has gotten very good reviews so far. But, as I find the cover, finally, there we go. But the Kickstarter has now just gone live less than a week ago. We're about 4.5 days into it. It is supporting the publication of the last 2 books in that series, Renegade and Heretic, and is also supporting the production of a game from Alligator Alley, a 5e-based tabletop role-playing game called Gray Shade, designed by Aaron Rosenberg and Richles Couflair. Very excited about that game, and excited, obviously, about the books as well. We also have an audiobook from Trendane, our own Trendane Sparks, who is going to be doing the narration for this, and so on, plus a coin, a founder's coin from Norse Foundry. And the earlier you back the Kickstarter, the lower the number will actually be. I know, what? So that's what's going on with that. As you can see, we are sitting at $6,433, which has been a great start, 86 backers, but we obviously have a long way to go. We are over 25% now, but we have to reach that 25,000 goal, and frankly, that's the bare minimum. We would really like to do better than that, if we could even, so that we can make sure that we get you lots of this stuff. We'd love to see this thing blow up even further. And so I would ask that you please consider checking that out with Gray Shade KS. That will give you a link to the Kickstarter. And in fact, Gray Shade KS, like that. That will give you a link to the Kickstarter. Also, when you go there, if you do consider backing it, and you do back it, please, first of all, thank you so much for doing that. Secondly, if you can then spread the word that you have backed it by using #GrayAssassin, and let people know that you have done that. That's really important for the algorithm and to spread the word. And if you can leave a positive comment on the Kickstarter saying that you're looking forward to it, or that you can't wait for this thing or that particular item, that would be great. And I would encourage everybody that if you're thinking about backing it, you're like, maybe I'll wait till later. Please don't wait until later. Please do it now, because the earlier that we get that support, the easier it is for us to be able to, again, get that momentum going with the Kickstarter. So again, we're very excited about this Kickstarter. We think there are a lot of things to like about it. It's a very heartfelt project. I had a very awesome Kickstarter update that Brandon O'Brien was kind enough to post, and was really moving to me, the stuff that he had to say. Hey, Wispy. So that's the kind of thing that would be great to be able to share with other people. So again, please do support that Kickstarter. Please do spread the word about it, because it's really important. We have a lot riding on it, and we really could use everyone's help out there to make that happen. So again, Gray Shade KS for that. And I'm going to talk more about the way that we can, a little incentive for the party members here in just a bit. Last thing I want to mention here, of course, as always, BLM, Black Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, Ukraine, as Ukraine continues to fight against an illegal, illegitimate war and do so with great bravery and courage. This is our way of stepping up in a small-scale way and being able to help some of the people that have been devastated and permanently disrupted, their lives permanently disrupted by this war. So this is a way that you can jump on and support as well with ! Ukraine. Quick note on scheduling. We've got, of course, Eberron going on today. Tomorrow, Sunday, we have got Soundclash the Clampdown, so you were definitely going to want to be here for that as Brandon O'Brien, the aforementioned Brandon O'Brien's team, steps forward and continues their awesome campaign. And then on Monday, we have our next Bag of Giving event with a special, the One Ring second edition, Gandalf the Ring Bearer, which is a really cool little twist that you'll see if you check that out. That is going to be on Monday evening, so very excited about that. And then Tuesday, speaking of Tolkien, we have more Adventures in Middle-earth, and then we have got Talisman Adventures over on GOG with Pen and Pixels. So we got a lot of stuff going on. It's all very exciting, and I can't wait to see how it all comes together. But first, I am going to unmute myself and apologize to the lovely folks for interrupting them when I can't hear them. My apologies. Then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head on over to reveal the incredible Eberron crew showing coins of things.
This was like a deer, and the antlers go around the opening in the coins.
Well, this is my favorite one.
Oh, nice.
It's a weapon.
Yeah. And actually, it reminds me of a weapon that might be shown in...
we were just talking about a certain founder's coin.
Very nice. Yeah. I see what you all did there.
Well, I wanted to show off my coins too.
Yeah, no, I'm very glad. I'm excited to, support everyone's coin stuff and,
Gemstones, do you have those as well? No?
And gemstones.
Technically, yes, I do.
Topaz, but...
Yes, so you can see that they are here and sharing things. Several of these folks, and two of them in particular, Marie and Jen, were able to meet each other in person for the first time at Origins, where we all were, which was really awesome. It was great to see them both, great to see them working with each other. We had a very nice dinner. We hung out and sold some books. We talked about various projects, and it was a good time. So it was a lot of fun, and I'm excited to have them with me. But I do want to say one thing to the players just before I start, which is that I'm going to let you folks introduce yourselves as normal. Just before we get into the recap, I'm going to let you know what will happen when, not if, when we hit $7,000 tonight on the Kickstarter. It's currently sitting at $6,433, so we only need $567 more. And when we hit that number, something very cool is going to happen, and for the benefit of the players. I am essentially bribing them to bribe you, so that's how this works. And I'm going to let them know what that is specifically in just a moment. But before I do that, I'm going to allow the newly shorn, I can see, Trendane Sparks to introduce himself. That I can tell that feel, and I'm sure John will agree with me on this. It's you've got the beard. When you first, it's just so comfortable. It's so not annoying the way that beards can be when they get longer. So how are you feeling? Is your head feel lighter, Trend? Do you feel the wind and the breeze more clearly and all that? And who are you playing?
Actually, no, because my whiskers were air movement detectors before, and now
okay, now you don't know.
They're much shorter. It's like, is there a breeze today? I can't tell. Also, I'm one of those people that gets kind of the satanic eyebrow thing that goes out. And so I trimmed those back a little bit, and so now I can't. Like my antennae are shorter. I'm like, I can't tell if I'm moving or not.
You know what happened with Samson? That's all I'm saying. I just, I know.
So
just keep that in mind.
And it's like when I put my COVID mask on now with the beard, I can feel it away from my face, and I'm like, no, it's get down on the thing. Now it's like the rough side of Velcro, and so if it's like
Yep.
No,
That's what my son does that all the time, where I'm just kind of like, I'll come up and
beard?
I'll try to, yes, exactly, with his beard. No, I try to like kiss him on the top of the head or whatever. He just got his hair cut today, and he's just like, Daddy, no, scratch. It's just too scratchy. And I'm like, but the beard, he's like, you have to make it bigger. Like, because he thinks that, it's longer beard, less scratchy, which is extremely intelligent. But I'm like, but also no, that's a hard no, not happening. But anyway, so yes, I know the feel. How's life otherwise, Tren? And who are you playing today? Okay.
It's kind of more of the same, just chugging along, making audiobooks for that guy over there.
Mm-hmm.
Currently working on Icons of War. And then
one of my favorites.
And yeah, it's the challenge with doing that one. Challenge is that when I first start making the audiobook, I go through and I create the directories, not the chapter structure.
Mm-hmm.
So I go through and I make all of the chapters, and normally there's like 16, maybe 20, at most maybe 30. This one has like 50, and like it's still like a 55,000 word novel, so all the chapters are really, really short, and so it's like
you took a step. Chapter 2,
right? I get into the performance of a chapter, and it's like, and I'm done. Okay, and then I shut it down and save it and go to the next one, and it's like chapter 2, chapter 3, and it's damn it. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Otherwise I probably wouldn't do it.
I would think.
I cannot imagine what it would be like going back to the jobs that I've had. I mean, I liked working at EA. Oh.
Are you okay?
I didn't think I'd ever say those words again. Which it's I did like working there. I liked working with the people when they listened. It's when they didn't listen, and
which was like, more of the time, right?
Yeah. It's like this game is not ready. Okay, we're releasing it. What did I just say?
Let me try the opposite. This game is ready. What? We have to stop. Like, maybe I just need to reverse.
That actually happened.
Really?
That actually happened. It was with Spore. We were working on Spore. It was going beautifully. Cell game, which is the first mode in Spore. You're just like a single-celled organism swimming along. It was and I sent out an email to the entire team, all the way up to the top, saying, as far as I'm concerned, as the QA lead on this section of the game is feature complete. It is ready to release as a demo right now. And one of the executives, who was very well known for having very shitty ideas, at every meeting he was involved in, played it for like a half an hour. It's like, no, I don't like this game. And so they shut everything down, fired my entire team, kept 5 people, and that's when they decided they were going to remake Spore again. And it was like, what about the last year? The entire last year's worth of work. What the hell is going on? No, we're just going to, and that's when it became what it is today.
I was going to say, it certainly played that way when I played it on the user end. It was like, wow, this seems like they were confused about what to do. I didn't even know at the time. I didn't even know you at the time, Trent. I was just like, this game seems like it's missing something. Perhaps a very talented QA lead and voice actor, audiobook narrator.
And yet, when you were at the Galaxy screen, if you'd grabbed the Galaxy and spun it really fast, pictures of the dev team would come flying out, and any of the ones that had a white background were those of us who worked at EA headquarters, and mine was one of the pictures that's in there. If you
I see.
Spin that thing around.
Nice.
Anyway, I am playing a guy that you probably saw in the intro if you were watching. Also, I wanted to make sure to say to Grim, Kunichi, what's up? I thought that was very funny.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
But I'm playing a battlesmith artificer named Miatantan Tagashaw de Kenneth. He is from the House of Making, and he has a mechano good boy named, or a mechano boy, depending on what's going on.
He's a good boy.
Well, maybe he's just sitting on top of a box that has some,
He's a very good boy.
Yeah, he's just kind of sitting there. He's a paperweight at that point, but
he's a very good paperweight.
He is an excellent paperweight, an excellent paperweight. But anyway, mechano good boy named Spanner, who also serves as a lovely mount for Nisiana over there. But more importantly than his ability to act as a steed. There is Marie.
That's a good segue.
I thought so too.
I was impressed. Always a pleasure to have Tron with us. Like, very excited to see what Tanton and Spanner get into. Also very excited to see what Marie's character, who will be introduced to you in just a moment, gets into. As Marie Bilodeau is here, I'm glad to see internet's okay. Everything's here. You're with us. It's all fine. It's all good. Again, Marie, it was a pleasure to see you last weekend. What even is time? How are you? How's life in the universe with you? And who are you playing today?
I am very good. I had an excellent time at Origins. It was my first time. I had a lot of fun. Got to hang out with Jen, got to hang out with Greg, got to meet a bunch of other cool people, got to buy some super fancy dice. Look at that. I don't know if I can get, they're like glass.
Wow.
They're like shattered rainbows. I got to buy those because I sold out of books.
Yeah. The table at the end, it was very funny. The reason we're doing this chat, of course, Marie was just with us last night. But we didn't talk about Origins last night, so I just wanted to mention, at the end of it, Marie's table was just cards, just business cards, like just scattered all over, as if someone had just been like, this table is sold out. Like it was great. It was very fun.
And each of them led to a free book, so it was like a business card / a gift.
Yes.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun. First con since pandemic, first travel to the States since then, first flight since then. So it was a lot of firsts. But overall, much easier than I'd anticipated. Many negative COVID tests since. Very pleased. And so just been kind of staying home since then, just in case. So been hanging out at home with Carrie, who has this week, there were brownies waiting for me when I came back.
Wow.
And the corners are my favorite, so they were all piled up for me in a little area. That was for Marie. Brownie corners are all gone. And then there were date squares today too.
Oh,
I know.
I love
Unbelievable. Man.
Me too.
All of us just with a mixture of envy and like, wow. Yeah.
It's a hard life, really. I have to just keep eating these baked goods, and it's just woo.
What makes up for you losing the internet every other day? So
I know.
And having to suffer these amazing storms.
I know. We had like a tornado. We were under tornado watch 2 days ago, I think. And then today the winds were so bad that they knocked out like a big chunk of the city, like 15,000 consumers leading up to like 3 houses down the road lost power. We were fine with power, but our internet got knocked out, which Carrie and I were just like debating, like, is the internet out? Is the internet like smart people just hitting our devices? And then our front door is like, brag, brag, because our doorbell sounds like the devil is screaming at you. And we're like, what the hell is going on? Something's on fire. So we go out and it's our neighbor. He's like, is your internet out? We're like, yes. He's like, why is it always on? We're like, we don't know. Like, I know.
This is like what we were talking about in the green room trend. Like, it's like, why is this going on? I don't know. Why are we yelling at each other?
Why is this happening? Would you like a date square?
Take this date square.
Aggressively.
Yeah.
Yes. So all good. And my character tonight is Mérimée Hawksmoor, a Kalishtar, College of Swords bard who enjoys stabbing people, who enjoys a little bit of song, who enjoys some poetry, and also enjoys some spells, and traveling and adventuring with her sister Nisiana and her friends as well. Greg, are we doing a trend into it? So I'm kind of asking now, are we saying now what our level 6 level ups are?
Not yet. I'm going to go back over it once I tell. I have not forgotten.
Okay.
I will run back over those momentarily.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
It is a great pleasure to have Marie with us as always. It is a great pleasure as well to have Jennifer Brozek with us as always. It was very good to see Jen at Origins as well. And now you are back home in the, as I have been told, not very warm Seattle comparatively, but that's all right. Like, it's
technically it is warm for us. I mean, it's cold for us right now, but it's 64 degrees, which is warm for us.
I see. Yeah, comparatively, and certainly compared to some past summers with, the nightmare in the Pacific Northwest with heating situation, is the hot stuff has been.
Indeed, I'm not missing that at all.
Yeah, that has been a whole different thing. Jen, how are you? How's life? And who are you playing today?
I am good. I am also 3 negative COVID tests later.
Good.
So yay, but I'm also staying home like a good person, just in case. Just before this whole thing started, I discovered that my BattleTech novel, Crimson Knight, was nominated for a Scribe Award.
Hey, congratulations.
You're first. So, yay.
Nice.
Congratulations.
So that was very nice to hear. That was a very nice kudos.
Yeah, seriously.
Origins was great. I love meeting your daughter. She is very, very smart, well put together 14-year-old.
Thank you.
Genevieve is just fun to talk to.
Thank you. We are big fans of her ourselves. So I'm glad that she, well, we decided we'll keep her. It was a big 14-year installment plan, but no, we appreciate that. And she had a great time with all of you. It was great to bring her to a place where I knew we would have friends and places that she would feel, comfortable.
Right.
And it was really nice. And I got to watch her give her salutatorian speech on Thursday, and it was awesome because she's an awesome kid. Anyway,
Yay.
sorry.
Aw.
Jen's like, oh no, I've started Greg off. So the other great thing about my daughter, no, I'm just kidding. But anyway, no, I appreciate that,
Origins
Jen.
was fun. I did not sell out all of my books, but my husband also brought like an extra 60 books.
Yeah,
so.
you had a lot more books than I did. So.
Yeah.
But I did sell Maria's last set for her. So
Yes, you did. You're a champ.
I was trying very hard to sell one of those sets when she wasn't there.
You're my hero, in fact.
Yeah. And then yes, meeting Marie in person was probably one of the highlights. No, it was definitely one of the highlights. We our energies mesh very well. So it was
Chaos.
fun. I cannot wait until Gen Con.
Yay.
So there's two. Each of them has a different definition of that whole meshing well thing. I just want to point that out.
I see.
Yeah, because you're on the outside and you don't understand what's going on.
I was like, you're not one of the cool kids. You don't get to be with it.
I think I understand all too well what's happening here. Oh yeah.
So let's see. Other than that, everything else is going well. My husband's nose is recovering.
Oh, good.
It's good.
For those of you who missed it, he had an accident which included him breaking his nose, me finding him in a puddle of blood. He's fine. His nose had to be reset just before Origins. He may have to have surgery after Gen Con. We'll see.
Oh no.
It's a thing. We'll see. Otherwise, I am playing Misiana Di Tarasco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing, who is, I would say, she's naive, but she's not as naive as she has been, and so she's slowly opening up to things being not so. She understood the world is not nice, but you know what? She chooses joy. And her sister helps that. So she is choosing joy, even though half the time she is just like, okay, somebody needs to die.
But
No,
even
it's
that, she chooses joy
Yes.
even in that decision. Like,
Yes.
It's kind of like, an unseelie, what are they called? Not a brownie.
Hey.
A what?
Well, they are Fae, yes.
Hey.
Well,
just
it was
in
a
general.
fae, but it was a
a sprite.
It begins with an H. I want to say it's not Hobbit. Oh, well.
Hobgoblin.
No,
Red cap.
no, one of the nice ones. One of the servant ones.
The hookah ones. Houlka.
Homunculus. No, it's
No, y'all are getting it wrong. Go look it up. We'll
Alright.
get to you.
Just trying to
How
how
help.
many fantasy
Yay.
authors does it take to come up with
me
one?
tell you.
Name a supernatural creature. Yeah, exactly.
It's a hearth spirit, but it's
Oh.
basically the thing is, my lord, who has to die to make you smile again? One of those
yes,
types.
yes. Okay.
I don't remember. I want to say hob, but hob is the wrong term. But time. It's only been a week, and my brain is still not quite jet lag. Things are still working, and that's it.
Because
I'm
So you're
doing
playing.
oh yes, I did. Nisiana.
Yep. No, she did. She
She
Okay.
chooses joy, which is why I was just like, getting
Oh
lost
yes,
in
it's
the
true.
metaphor
chose
that I-
joy.
Yes.
It is a great pleasure to have Jenna. This is always. I am looking forward to seeing what joy is chosen by Nisiana this evening. And last but certainly not least, John, who was not with us this weekend at Origins, but will be with us at Gen Con. And so we're going to have that crew, all but one of us, looks
Oh.
balefully down at Tren. No, eventually, we'll get all the crew together and it'll be great. But John, it's good to see you. I hope all is well with you. How are you feeling as you're gradually making your way back on the mend? How's life with you, and who are you playing today?
It's good. It's good. The COVID that I brought back from Vegas, which of course that's where you're going to get, other than sunburn, you're going to get COVID from Vegas.
What happened in Vegas did not stay there in this case, apparently.
So. But I was the only one. And so far of our group, anytime they go somewhere, only one person comes back with COVID. And of the Origins place, one of our people came back with COVID. So apparently it's for Catalyst, it's one person gets it and they're the unlucky ones. There you go. And I'm fine. It'd be a little coffee. It's the last thing that's kind of held up, kind of clung to me, which they say takes a while to disseminate, and it is. To dissipate, I think is actually the word I really was looking for. I found it interesting that Tren said, "Oh yeah, Spanner's the mount for Nisiana," which he is, completely forgetting he's also been a very effective combat medic for Alarian, like saving their butt not once but twice. You just didn't say it, right? Yeah, right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. So
I wanted to leave you something to talk about.
multi-talented Spanner, yes, the goodest boy, the bestest boy, absolutely. And also the book that Trent is working on, it's true. It's one of my absolute favorites because if you like BattleTech, you'd still enjoy it. But if you want something different out of BattleTech, it's basically the equivalent of a BattleTech heist novel, which has never really been done before. I mean, there's a short story that did it, but that's a different thing. And it's a really good read, despite the short chapters, which makes it difficult, I guess, for Trent to get into the swing of recording. But I'm sure he'll do his usual superlative job. So looking forward to that coming out. I think the fans are going to really like that.
Does that ever happen, by the way, where he talks to you and then you're like, so how you doing with and you're like, it's great. I've done like 15 chapters. Like, wow. And then you're like, that's like 1/10 of the book. And you're like, oh, well.
It took me 45 minutes. Yeah, it's like
exactly.
I'm crossing my fingers that they're so short. He's able to knock out like 4 or 5 at a time. Like,
still the same number of words.
Yeah,
no,
well, yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
But do a chapter, take a break. Do a chapter, take a break. I don't know how your workload is or how you do it. Just that you do it. That's
the only points where it's like when you're shifting gears in a manual transmission is when you go through the chapter breaks. You have to stop doing what you're doing, move to the next chapter, engage that one, then go. And yeah. Anyway, you were saying.
The vagaries of audio recording. But anyways, yes, I was not at Origins Psi, but yeah, we'll be at Gen Con. And maybe I'm thinking about actually adding Dragon Con to my list, assuming we go. There's a good chance we're going to be there. And since there's another big con like PAX West or something at the same time, I might not be forced to go, but I might work duty calls. And now that I've had COVID, I'm technically for the next 6 months, fairly immune to it. So like, woohoo. So we will see. But otherwise, I can't complain other than my big fat workload, which greeted me upon coming back from Las Vegas. So that was good.
Yeah, great.
Well, it's good and bad. We went to a licensing expo, which was very, very potentially fruitful. A lot of good stuff there that we hope to capitalize on. So, but that's boring work stuff. This is playtime, and I am playing Ilarion, the Warforged, Starforged Aegis class. All of which can be found on the DM's Guild, by some very, very clever freelancers or people who like taking classes that I'm having a lot of fun playing this. It's a great group to be with. Without further ado, I'm going to turn this back to Arv so we can get going into the last word of doom. Oh, I mean, the last word.
The last word of doom, yes. And yes. I will say I'm going to go through what the abilities each of you got, and then we'll do any hit point rolls that are left over to be done, and then we'll move on into the last word. But before I do that, I do want to mention, chat, something which will be helping the players. Now, there's 2 things I'm going to need chat's help with today. The first is that I want you to make sure that you please spread the word that something awesome is happening and that you need to come see this right now, because this group of players is going to be going through some epic stuff tonight, so we need to make sure that they're here for that. Secondly, though, I would appreciate it if everyone is hopefully backing hey, what's up, Coven? Yes, you have redeemed it properly, so you have an inspiration, sir. Good to see you, Coven. But also that people will back the Gray Shade Kickstarter, which is rather important for me. It's also something which both Trendane and, Marie was involved with it in a previous iteration, but it is something which currently Trendane and John are both involved with this project. So it has got multiple numbers of people here that are involved. So what we're going to do is right now the Kickstarter is sitting at 6,433 with 86 backers. If we get to $7,000 this evening, and I would hope that we'd be at least 90 backers by then, but frankly, if someone's just like, here, 1,000, bam, I'm not going to complain about that. But if we get to 7,000, when we get to 7,000 tonight, the following is going to happen. The party is about to get some serious, they're going to have some serious stuff being laid in front of them thanks to the somewhat of the aftermath of what they just went through, which I will recap in just a moment. So when we reach that $7,000 moment, that is going to be an opportunity for them to receive a vital bit of information that they will not otherwise receive. This vital bit of information will be hugely important as they begin to, or continue to, unravel the mystery of the Draconic Prophecy and its various, I'm going to use a term that probably doesn't exist. It's tentacular iterations. The notion of this is going to be very important. So I need everyone to help us out by backing the Kickstarter. And if you're like, look, Arv, that's all real cute, but why would I do this? I would tell you that it's because you will get two excellent, I think, I will leave it up to my editor to decide if that's true, two excellent books out of this, Renegade and Heretic. In addition, of course, you can pick up Greyshade, which is already out and available, plus a tabletop role-playing game, which is 5e compatible, by the way, plus an audiobook done by this person right below me, which is, yeah, exactly. Trent is going to be doing that. And we even have that Norse Foundry Founder's Coin available to you. So chat, if this party needs that information, and they do, you have to help them out. They've got to make this happen. You've got to make it possible. Help me to help them help you or something. Anyway, any support that you folks, don't think about it too hard. It's like a Marvel movie. Don't think about the plot. As long as you can, just make sure to support us. We would appreciate it.
Was that?
Second.
Depends on what it is. Maybe the most recent. Anyway.
What year?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, exclamation point Greyshade KS, all joking aside, seriously, when we reach 7,000, major bit of information coming to the party. Now, with that said, I'm going to check and see how we've leveled up, and then we'll talk about the recap. So I will work again from the beginning, and I'll start with Tren. Tren, now that you have reached level 6, how are we doing in terms of hit point rolls? If you haven't done it yet, you should. And secondly, what cool stuff have you gained at level 6? And or Spanner, I guess. With it.
Well, Spanner, he levels up every time I level up. So he is now up to 37 of 37 hit points.
Okay.
And he's basically, the rest of him is still the same.
Okay.
Aside from gaining more hit points each level, he doesn't really get any improvements until I reach, I think, 9th level, where I get my improved Steel Defender, but that's still a ways off.
Okay.
Yeah. As for myself, I have not yet rolled
hit point totals.
Thank you, which is what I'm going to be doing. I am going to be rolling as opposed to taking the average. And I got, where was it? I got another infusion. I can now have 6 infusions, and I can have 3 active, right? 3? Yes, I can have 3 active at any given time.
Nice.
So right now, the only 2 infusions that I have active are the Bag of Holding and my crossbow being magicked.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 1 more infusion, and we'll wind up role playing this thing because we've got a couple of options for what to take. Yeah, and then I guess I'm just going to go ahead and roll my hit points and see what I get.
Let's see it. And it's a 5, which I think would have been the average, roughly speaking.
No,
anyway,
7 would have been
7 would have been the average
with the addition of
Those combo bonus.
Right.
Okay, well, so we end up with 45 out of 45 hit points then. Also, a reminder, you have 1 hero point available to you as we begin this adventure. 45 out of 45 hit points and the increased infusion. Very good stuff.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you, Tren. All right, Marie. Let's talk about Marimay's new level 6 stuff and also what hit point situation is for you. You're muted, I think.
My
It's a
cat
kitty.
stepped on
I
my.
was
Your
gonna
cat
say,
muted
the
it.
cat stepped on it. Yep.
Oh, is that how it's going to be? Thank you. So I have counter charm now, which is really cool. So that will help hopefully the party not be charmed. And I also get 2 attacks now. So I can
Outstanding.
stab, flourish.
Mhm.
Would be great.
Yay.
And for my hit points, I think I'm just going to go straight up average. So 5 plus 2, which makes it to 7. And that brings me to 46.
46 out of 46. Lovely. And you have that 1 hero point aforementioned.
Yes.
Okay. Good stuff. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you.
Moving on to Jen. All right, Jen, let's talk about Nisiana's new cool stuff and hit point situation.
Her new thing is called Blessed Healer, and every time she heals someone else, she gets 2 plus the level back. So that's useful. Though the only thing that I'm kind of interested in is when I use life transference, does that work? How does that work?
Let me think about that. If you're life transferring out,
So life transference is I roll 48 and I double that, giving that many hit points to someone else. But I take the 48 damage necromantic. So
Doesn't it say that damage cannot be blocked in any way?
that's right. It cannot be mitigated anyway.
yeah, I just found
so-
that same thing. So then the answer would be,
Sorry.
yeah, it doesn't work.
Just
Yeah.
I gotta ask.
Yep.
These are questions one asks because you never know. But I'm very pleased that I will get between 2 and 5 hit points every time I heal someone else, unless I have to give them my life because I will.
Oh, it's the level of the spell, not your character level.
Yeah, it's 2 plus the level of the spell.
Yeah.
So if she upcasts, it's even more back to her.
Let me-
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let
it's a neat
me-
fecher.
I misheard. I thought it was like character level. Like, oh my God, you get 8 points for that. I was like, no.
Yeah,
not
no.
that would
But
be
still, that's still pretty damn handy. Yeah.
Yep, level spell.
yeah.
2
So
plus
2
the
to 5
spell
hit points. That's all that matters is that last hit point.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Mhm.
All to help.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And I am feeling brave, so I am going to roll.
Let's see it. The power
What
of.
is it? Is it the hit dice that I have to hit?
Yeah.
Roll?
Yep, that's right.
Yep.
6.
Okay.
6 plus 2, so I get 8.
Well, it's already factored in.
No, it's factored in,
It
so
says
it's 6.
Oh,
plus
it is.
2. Yeah.
Yeah.
4
Okay,
plus 2 is
6.
6. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's, yeah.
Only
That
1
puts
point
me at
lower than you would have got.
42.
Riley.
So let's see. So I have you at 44, right? You were at 38 out of
I was
38?
at 38 plus 6 is
44.
okay. Apparently, I cannot do math today.
Hey, welcome to the club.
I am dyscalculia, and I was balancing my sheet from Origins, and I was off by like $11, and I could not figure out why. And I had my husband come in, and I was just telling him, and he's like, "Wait, that's 56. Up here it says 65."
Well, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, my daughter, in addition to being salutatorian of her class, which I think I haven't mentioned that enough so far, chat. But in addition to that, she also got a special mathematics award. Now, my daughter is like me, very humanities oriented. So when she got this mathematics award, I'm like, and I'm looking at my wife like, how did this genetically occur? That like, I mean, and I was like, this is not about you. I'm talking about how much my negative math brain would be able to, And she's like, you're really good though at like, the basics of math. I'm like, that's true. I'm very good at everything I've ever needed. No one's ever needed me to draw a parabola. I'm just saying, I was not AP calculus and me. No, thank you. So anyway, math. Who knows it? Anyway.
Otherwise, she's a mutant.
Otherwise, yeah, exactly. Which would be crazy. By the way, we're up to 6493, 87 backers. Let's keep it up. Thank you. Only 507 away from vital information for the party. Information with which they cannot survive. I'm just kidding. I made that part up. Okay.
Or did he?
Or did he? Exactly. Or did I? So awesome, Jen. Thank you. So 44 out of 44. And again, you have that single hero point to begin our adventure. And last but certainly not least, Ilarion, you're like, well, I gain 5 more. So I now have 40 AC and I am a Sherman tank, right? What do you gain at level 6?
So I am taking the average because on 3 of my last of the 5 levels before this, I got screwed on hit points.
This
So
is
I'm
true.
keeping my hero point. I'm taking the average, which is 5 plus 2 is 7. putting me at 43 maximum hit points.
And 1 point behind Nisiana, by the way. I just thought I would note that for the record.
And the 21 points of scale of my Aegis armor she doesn't have. So there you go.
That is quite true. That's true.
I mean, keep in mind, if this is Aegis without the armor part, I'd probably have a D10, so it'd be a little bit different story.
Yes.
Anywho.
You also still roll bad.
Well, yeah, that's so. I could roll to see what I was going to get, but I'm not even going to bother. And in my eternal quest to bother Arv,
okay.
my next bit of power, which I'm going to post. How is it? It's here. Is that right? There we go. The nifty little thing called Soul Fortress. And I'm going to read this because it's kind of long.
Okay.
So when you focus, you are able to expand the field of spirit energy that powers your armor and protects you from harm. Using Soul Fortress requires spending an action. When you do, all allies within 5 feet gain a bonus to their AC equal to my proficiency bonus plus 3. However, the bonus they receive from this cannot make their AC higher than your own, which is highly unlikely when I'm 22. Additionally, if an ally under this benefit takes damage, you may redirect it to your armor. If the damage redirected would reduce your armor to 0 hit points, your ally takes any remainder. The benefits of Soul Fortress last until the start of my next turn. If I wish to spend a soul die when I use it, I can expand the range by 5 feet. So like 1 die would be 10 feet, 2 dice would be 15 feet, et cetera, et cetera. In all directions for each die spent. Lastly, when I use Soul Fortress, I may use my bonus action to make one attack during the turn.
This seems very reasonable to me. Also, I assume this is, how often can you do this, the Soul Fortress? This is...
I can do it as many times as I want. I just got to spend an action. So I cut my attacks in half.
Which is huge.
Which is big. It means I can either move or attack and do this, and that's it.
I see.
So it does limit my combat abilities, but for protection, there you go. So it is a big choice to make. Let's be honest. It's not
it's kind of, it is interesting really, because it's making you into sort of a living sanctuary essentially that in a way. And
it only lasts the one turn. I have to keep putting it back up too. So that.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
And anything, by the way, which reduces or in some ways, stunned or removed you from taking an action would make it impossible for you to use that. So that is
correct.
That's
and it's
our fiercely scribbles notes about that. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
it's limited by what? Did you say?
By his spirit dice. How many spirit dice he has?
No, because he can use it. Only when he uses the soul. Only when he wants to expand it does he use his soul. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't cost a die to use. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. That was mostly me being like, right. I want to make sure I remembered it correctly too.
You had it right exactly.
This is why I'm often within 5 feet of him, so I can try and keep him up.
Yeah. No, absolutely. No, I have no objection to this. Insofar as things are going to be starting to up the ante. I'm just saying. But I am excited to see how the King's Citadel, which is doing some serious work, is going to manage with today. So good stuff, party. I am going to, with everyone's permission, begin with a little bit of a recap and talk about what happened in our last session. And really, I think our last session can be described in 2 ways. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Because on one hand, we had Nisiana and Tantan dealing with the aftermath of a highly successful date intervention where they had stepped in to benefit the Zelmar, who was himself trying to be successful on a date with this person that he genuinely cared for. And so there was nothing creepy about it. It was all very normal and straight ahead, but he gets nervous and he needed some help. And so Nisiana and Tantan did famously well, just wonderfully well, which was great as they were hanging out in detention, which was not a state of being, but actually a building, specifically a tavern nearby Moorgrave University. So that was great. And while that was happening, Merame and Delarian were just trying to sneak into the higher levels of Moorgrave University so they could go and see Flamewind, a gynosphinx who is in a own secret room and had information relating to the Draconic Prophecy and hopefully the Oracle of War. At least that was the theory. But a funny thing happened on the way to the forum. While they were making their way in, after some hijinks and shenanigans and some near misses of people being like, why are you here? You're not supposed to be here. They were just mounting the central staircase to the room when all of a sudden the stained glass window and dome above Moorgrave University was shattered, and down came this Rakshasa and an invading group. It turned out to be a group from the Emerald Claw, apparently, that was looking for some information and specifically wanted information and stuff from Flamewind. And so the party had arrived, apparently, just in time to foil this action. Except Rakshasa was pretty nasty, along with the other bandits that were there. Alarion actually fell unconscious in this combat, and it was left to Merime to try to hold things back, all until the very end, when in a shocking twist, Daril and Onega, two characters that had been there 10 years before, if I'm not mistaken, or 10 or 15 years before, I don't remember, were that the party had played in flashbacks, and it turned out the reason was because they had met another representative of the Emerald Claw and had come here with information regarding the Emerald Claw to Morgrave University. That other person they found was none other than Irulin Karnak, a broker from Salvation, which the King's Citadel has somehow also managed to make an enemy of in the process of adventuring. And so the party, I think it's fair to say, without spoiling anything, is now not on the top 10 of favorite people of the Emerald Claws list. The Rakshasa did make its escape and did end up leaving, but not before having identified both of these characters, Alarion and Merime, as targets. Nisiana, who got a message from Merime, basically like, hey, we're kind of in trouble, thanks, type of thing, charged in on Spanner, arrived there just literally as the Rakshasa was basically departing in its sky coach. At the end of the last session, the party met with Flamewind, which implacably told them that despite what had just happened, that it had information that it would be able to gather on the Draconic Prophecy and on the Oracle of War, and actually tested them by seeing whether or not they would be willing to duel each other. Nisiana, I believe it was Nisiana who immediately unconditionally surrendered, which Flamewind explained said a lot about the party and about the kind of group that they were, and then sort of looked at them again with no change in expression otherwise. So the party was kind of like, what are you getting at? But there's clear wisdom going on there within this creature. And Flamewind finally sent them on their way, telling them that it would be she would be back in touch with them very soon to talk more about this prophecy. Then the party left the library to head back to the tavern, which I believe is the Golden Horn, where they had been staying. Now, just before I hand things back over to the party, if the party has anything they wanted to do immediately afterwards, you could certainly feel free to tell me that now as part of a flashback or the first thing I would do is go here. Once we've gone through whatever that is, then I'm going to jump forward by about a day and pick up the situation where you have received a summons from Flamewind. But I'm going to do that only after I hear from the party about other stuff they'd want to have done first. So, party, what if anything, would the party like to do? Last thing, I will also say you will have gotten a long rest between last one and this one. So.
Oh, that's good. Because let me tell you, someone's going to get an earful.
Yes.
Sister of mine is going to get a silent mind-to-mind. What just happened?
You don't know, they just fell down from the sky. We did so good sneaking in here, and then suddenly, bam!
I
We're
leave
under
you
attack.
for 2 minutes.
Well, it was more like an hour, to be fair, but hey, that was completely, I did not run into trouble. Plus, Nisiana, you'll be glad to know that the second I knew I couldn't win because I was about to get my ass handed to me, I backed away. I did not try to get myself killed. I took the wise road. Come on, that's good. It's me we're talking about. I backed away.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I knew you would.
Yes. Of course I would. I will always come.
Same.
And you should thank Spanner for being so fast.
I will. I will give him a different colored ribbon.
He does look dapper, doesn't he?
He does. He does very much so. I'm
So
sure.
basically, the evening, she occasionally is just like, I leave you for 2 minutes.
It was more like an hour, maybe an hour and a half. You were at a date. Tell me about the date, and then we'll just... Just go back and
Greg,
forth.
my answer to that is no, not tonight.
Not me. That's John
Oh.
sending you that because John comes in as me. So
John, no. The answer is no.
I didn't think so, but I wanted to check.
We need rest. We need
I,
rest.
I'd forgotten to do that. Hold on. There we go.
I don't even think I know. Do me and Tren know about her? Do I?
The conversation was had with you guys in front because it was with the other two.
you arrived, because you arrived right at the end of the combat, so before you saw Flamewind. So I think all 4 of you were there. In this
well,
Okay.
it was
All
the
right.
other two who were talking about there had been tracking her.
right,
for 13
but
years
but
in
that too,
Right.
though. I mean,
So we were there
Tanton-
for that, so I do know. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Tanton was like, after
Right.
running all the way from detention.
You know, as someone who just ran across an airport with a mask on her face, I very much empathize with him right now.
so
Okay.
do I take it?
Um,
Do I take it then? Like, so was there other stuff, or is the party
Yes.
good? Okay, so
So
Tell me what we got.
Oh,
Tanton kind of at some point in the days between kind of pulls the party together. It's like, I realized that I can make another magical item. And I'm wondering which we think would be the best choice for the magical item that I previously mentioned a few seconds ago. I could make, for example, much in the same way that I made this bag of holding, but I could make, say, for you, Mary May, I could make gloves that make it much easier for you to pick locks and do this kind of surreptitious thing. Is there much syrup in surreptitious things? I really don't think there is. I don't understand that word. Anyway, regardless. Or I could make a ring which allows you to walk on water. That could potentially be interesting. There is an entire bay right over there. The problem is with that, if you were to fall, and you're thinking, oh, I'll just dive into the water, you had best take that ring off before you get to the surface, because otherwise it would be like just hitting stone. Uncomfortable, at the least. And I could also make some spectacles, which would make you vastly more charming, which would be an interesting thing, I think.
I don't think I need that. Already so charming. Right? I'll just look over at Nisiana.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Or if you need to be a bit more stealthy, I could make you some elvish boots that make you silent whenever you walk. I would offer those to Ilarion, but they don't touch the ground anyway.
No, they don't. That's fantastic. Those are a lot of great options.
Mm.
You can only make one more magical
One.
item?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But think on it.
Yeah. What could you make for Nisiana?
I could make a rod and a sort of like a spell focus that makes her spells a little bit more powerful. They're more for an offensive spell caster. Those maybe not that, but I could make a set of, I believe it's robes, actually, that if someone is trying to distract her while she's trying to maintain concentration on a spell, it will perhaps unfortunately shock and focus her attention back to what she's
Oh, you mean
trying.
like you are with your stuff? Maybe not.
Hmm.
Oh,
And the other thing for Nisiana that might prove to be advantageous is a ring which will allow her to get one extra heal in if she has expended whatever portions of faith. I don't really understand how faith works. with
Well, we could have a
skeleton.
long conversation about that if you like.
We really don't have to. I'm just saying that I could make a ring that would, if you have reached a point where you are exhausted and can no longer, you just need one more heal to squeeze out of a dangerous situation.
She turns and eyes Ilarion.
All right, you two
fall over a lot.
You talk to each other and figure out the thing. Just let me know which one you want me to make, and I will.
Well, what do you have for Ilarion?
I could, I could modify his shield so that it would push people away from him, if he wished.
All people, or just the people he wants to push away?
I believe just the people. Let me think about that for a minute.
Because if it's all people, then that.
No, it's just a specific target. Just a specific person.
How far?
15 feet.
That would have been useful in the last fight.
Right, I hadn't quite worked through the mechanics of how it would do what it was supposed to do. I actually thought about it on the run in here while I was thinking, if I could just get another 15 feet, I wouldn't have to run that distance. And then I was like, wait a minute.
Your brain is fascinating.
Is that a charge device, or is it on command? Is it usable how often?
Yes, you would have, you could use it 4 times. And then the next dawn, it would,
Interesting.
it might not, it might not regain all of its charges the next dawn, but there's a chance.
What about?
But it would regain some of them every.
Oh yes, at least
morning.
one. Yes.
Is it just by healing, or can it anything that the divine? That
Whichever spell you wanted to apply to.
Could be useful to be able to do another thing to flank with you, Ilarion.
Well,
True. I'm thinking the ring, the spell ring, would be the most
actually, wait. Let
useful.
me.
It would give you more options in and out of combat.
What do you think?
And he would explain, however, it would be explained in universe that it's spells of 3rd level or lower. Just to be clear.
Okay.
Well, that's certainly useful now.
Right.
I mean, having one more healing during combat can be the difference between one of us walking out and one of us not. And at 3rd level is
True.
Revivify as well. Just pointing it out, so that could be.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It does, and I can do different protections versus energy, and and that thing.
Although I really do appreciate the offer of the great ideas that you had for me as well, and I would love thieving ghosts perhaps another time so that I could be better. I mean, I'm getting better at the lock picking, but another time perhaps. I healing.
Ilarion, it's your choice. Do you think you would be better to be able to push things away? I wasn't here for that fight with the tiger.
Well, it was the circumstances underneath. I was looking backwards when I should be looking forward to the next fight. I still feel that the spell ring is probably more useful for a wider, as I said, a wider application of things.
Can it be
Besides,
put on
I believe
this one?
Oh yes, any ring you like.
Miatantan, you can switch these up if we needed to change it at some point. You would just stop doing one and move to another. They're not locked in.
I can, but it will require time.
It's
right.
fair.
I
A
think my
lot
vote
of
is for the
time.
spell ring.
I'm willing to go with the spell ring
Again,
Until
one
such
healing
time-
spell can make the difference.
until such time as we determine that it would be better for others.
Right.
That
She-
sounds good.
Hands over her ring.
He takes it and his jeweler's tools come out and he just starts.
And suddenly we no longer matter.
And Tanton is
Yeah.
gone. He's just mentally locked in on what he's doing.
And I am watching with interest for about 15 minutes, and then I go and sit by Spanner. And
I'm gonna look at Ilarion and Nisiana while Tanton is working, and I'm gonna be like, okay, you should probably know something about how that battle went down after Ilarion got knocked out. Because there was no way that I could win. I mean, I took out
He told me
Ilarion.
he walked away,
I did.
but
I
you
did
didn't
walk.
explain why he let you walk away.
He offered that if I did walk away, that he would let me, and I took the chance. I mean, I couldn't win, and I did promise you that I would be careful. Circumstances providing that I can be.
She glares at Ilarion.
But
As Maramay has already stated, I was unconscious at this time, so I could not offer any advice or guidance, much though I would have preferred to.
one of the you were very unconscious, and I didn't know how to bring you back. We need to speak about that. But one of the things that I did say as I retreated, which might provide us an opportunity later on, was that obviously I was about to lose my contract since I was withdrawing from a battle, and that if ever they needed another freelancer to just let me know.
You didn't. What?
Well, I was trying to think about the future and not just the moment, which was my great attempt at survival. And here I am.
She stands to all of her 3.5 feet, and you did what?
Very intimidated with the 3.5 feet, by the way.
Actually, Nisiana, Maramay's gambit could prove very useful in the future.
Or
Keep in
she could be
mind-
skewered.
Well, she wouldn't necessarily go alone, assuming that's an avenue we wish to pursue down the road.
Well, she's not going alone.
No, I would, and I'm telling you because, of course, I would not dream of not telling you. And if something comes up, we can address it together.
Exactly.
And what-
You go, I go.
Exactly.
So think very carefully because I will go with you.
I know.
Which-
and- yeah.
To them could be even more useful having a cleric on their side. By the way, Maramay, what was his answer?
He did not seem to. He said that he would keep it in mind, basically. So he was not against it. I can be quite charming. But I don't know if you will take up on it or not. But one thing to remember, Nisiana, as well, is the Emerald Claw likes to kill clerics as well, because magics of life versus necromancy are not necessarily. So be careful as well, is all I'm saying.
Well, then I guess you're going to have to keep that in mind before you go and throw yourselves in the maw of the enemy. Because I am going with you.
I guess I will now, won't I?
Yes.
I mean, I have every intention of dispatching the Rakshasa the next time
Well,
we
yes,
meet.
but I suspect he wants you as dead as you want him.
Well, considering I helped foil their plan to steal Flamewind, well, we all did, let's be honest. Yes, I'm certain that did not leave the most pleasant of tastes in their fanged mouth.
Was that what they were trying to do? They were trying to steal the top of the dome?
That was what it appeared to be, although to be honest, and keep in mind I am no engineer, it seemed a very clumsy way of how they were going about doing it. It just seemed they were taking much more than necessary when all they needed was the top part.
What if
Flamewind's
they wanted to destroy
portal.
all the knowledge right there and make it unusable?
fire
and all
would
the
do a much
wards.
better job much more quickly, don't you? Do you not think?
Unless that there was no way that they could reach Flamewind without taking all of her enclosure. Remember, she did say that there were protections on it, right?
All the wards and
True.
such, all the
They
magic.
take the whole thing to break in at their leisure. That
That must
does
have been
make
their
more
only
sense.
option.
You have to break
Yeah.
down the foundation to
Right.
break through wards.
Mm.
Which is interesting because then where would they have taken her to break down the wards that would have theoretically gone with her space? Who has the power to take them down? That is, I mean, it might be Aurelian herself, but that is something that we have to keep in mind. They obviously have powerful spellcasters somewhere, and that Rakshasa was certainly powerful enough.
All magic can be eroded over time and effort.
Speaking of Aurelian Karnak, there is the matter of what, if anything, we should do now that we are aware she is in the city. She is still a threat to us and the Oracle. And it may be wise to try to gather allies and strike at her while she is here. I'm not recommending necessarily that course of action right away. I'm just putting it on the table.
I don't suppose we could set anybody else on her.
Well, there were the two who assisted us in the library, but they are just two. If they go up against her, and no doubt her minions or allies, no doubt they will be destroyed.
Didn't they say something about searching for her for 12 years?
12, 13, something like that. But if they did not know she was out in the boonies, in Salvation, it is a big continent. If she's on the move, and they're on the move, well, then their paths would have to intersect
It's true.
as chance and information would let them.
And is Aurelian what we should, or our group should focus on right now, or should we more worry about keeping the Oracle of War out of anyone's grasp? Like, is that something that Hilar could perhaps help find more King's Citadel to help deal with her?
Right. Well, considering that is what she wants from us, those two actions or those two goals are inexorably intertwined. Sooner or later, we will have to face her because she will make a move to try and acquire the Oracle for herself. There is no doubt in my mind.
Yes, and even if she didn't, she still is of the Emerald Claw.
True. Which begs the question, is the Rakshasa working for her? Are they on the same level? Are they both working for someone higher up? What is the hierarchy and how do they both fit into it?
That's not an answer that's not a question we can answer right now with what information we have. We would have to do more research. We'd have to get...
More information would be useful.
We could also talk to that really cute guy and see if that was the kind of information we could get from them.
The one we captured alive?
No, the one in...
The cute guy.
The cute one. The bounty hunter.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're referring to this person, of course.
Yes. Handsome Dan. Yeah, exactly.
His name I cannot remember. And that's
Ivelo de Madani.
It's practically
The
the
cute
same
guy. Yeah. You simplified it.
That is true. I wonder how much it would cost to hire him. Probably more than we could afford, but the Citadel, on the other hand. Or,
Exactly.
And he is already... He was already involved in... Oh, wait, was I there for that conversation?
weren't you? We were all there when we went to meet him, I
I hope
believe.
so, because...
I believe you were all there for that one.
Okay, good.
When he came, I think so.
Well, those two
So-
plus him makes 3.
He's aware
Which
of where Aurelian Karnak is, and he's whatever person he's supposed to retrieve. You might have someone we could hire who's probably less expensive than him, or the King's Citadel can.
Well, I'm
but
sure
it
the
does mean
King's
being
Citadel
there-
could cover a certain portion of his fee. I mean,
Correct.
I'm assuming a necromancer of her ability has quite a large bounty on her head.
Yeah.
No doubt. If he assisted us and we let him cash in on her, everybody wins. And we promise not to take any bounty, which frankly I do not care about. What I care about is removing a possible obstacle to the safety of the Oracle.
Mhm.
And if the other two want to
Especially-
throw in for their revenge, they're more than willing to do so.
Possible. That's actually possible. Let's get the people who have a common enemy to work together.
Mhm.
And then the people who have the enemy get the revenge, and the bounty hunter gets his quarry, and then we no longer have her, trying to kill us or take our stuff.
I believe the term is everybody wins.
Mhm.
Not to mention we remove a threat to the continent, not just the city, not just Salvation, but the entire continent. And leave a power vacuum in the Emerald Claw that hopefully those around her will begin fighting amongst themselves to fill.
How do
There are many
we-
advantages to trying to destroy her once and for all. But again, it is not a course I'm advocating to take right this moment. It's something we do need to think about, however, I feel.
Mm.
Okay,
Well,
that may be a Halar question.
yeah.
And yes, we need to bring him in on this as well. For Citadel resources may need to be accessed, as you stated. The more people we have on our side to do this, the better chance of success we have.
I agree.
Alarian, when you got knocked down, I didn't know how to help you. And it occurs to me that perhaps it would be useful if I had some way to bring you back, or to at least revive you if you get knocked out again in combat. Is there anything that I could have done?
I don't know how Warforged that are made on this, in this realm, work. I have no. I've heard it jestingly said that there is a reset button for many of them that you can activate, and it will re-energize them. Perhaps this is something we need to talk to Mia Tanton about. There may be some sort of specialized elixir he can make for me, since these healing potions are not what will work on me per se.
I'm
Or
starting
something-
to tap on Tantan's shoulder.
Oh, I was like, what is she doing? I'm caught up now. Now I know what's going on. Okay.
I'm like,
I,
was like-
Larry was about to reach out, but it's too late. She already did it. So
On the
okay.
stream, she's just pointing out of the left frame
Oh,
of her, the right frame of
which
her
way?
picture. I'm like,
Let's see.
she pointing at chat? What is she doing?
At the point to your other downward corner would work.
Yeah,
So-
that, okay. So,
Um,
yeah.
See, I
Tanton is
watch
like-
you on Zoom because it's not
Right.
mixed.
Right.
Like, so Tanton is just sitting there with a kind of a jeweler's engraving tool. Yeah, it's going to take about at least an hour. It'll be fine.
We need your attention. Only you
With-
can help us,
With what?
Marie.
Who? Mary May.
Mary May. This is what comes from spending 5 days with someone. Mary May,
Ready?
repeat your query to Mia Tanton, please.
If Ilarion gets knocked out again in combat, how could I have helped bring him back? I mean, healing potions don't work on him. There must be something, right? Simple, easy to utilize, perhaps from a distance.
Assume that I am
Well-
not there, or I am knocked out, or I am otherwise occupied.
Mm-hmm.
And Mia Tanton and Spanner cannot assist me either, for whatever reason. In other words, just like what happened when I did go down versus the Rakshasa just an hour ago or so.
Well, there is, as with many things, a good side and a not so good side. I could teach a, effectively it's a sort of an arcane ritual that I could teach to any one of you, really. It would take a little while for you to learn, but I could teach it to you. But the potential downside, aside from the fact that I need to do more research before I can imagine that you're giving a lecture. Right? You've got dozens, if not hundreds of paragraphs that you have to remember, and difficult. So you keep note cards with you to remind you of what points you're supposed to bring up next. Now, that's sort of how in the arcane, like things like spell books work. Every wizard, magician, whatever has their own unique shorthand for things. So that's why every magician's spell book is different. I would need to research how to change it from what I know from having worked on Warforged during the war to something that would benefit all of you, that you would all be able to do. The problem is, because there are multiple, I've never actually done this on a Starforged before, and when it comes to the Warforged, there is a chance that it could completely erase their memory. Anyway, and so he goes back to doing, working on it.
Do healing spells work on you, Ilarion?
They do if someone's around to cast them.
I have, and here, I didn't mention my level 6 spell because I was hoping it would come up in a game. But in light of everything that happened, Ilarion, I'm going to study Healing Word. Nisiana will be able to teach it to me, and I'll at least have that on hand too. So there's somebody else here who can help if Nisiana can help with that.
As long as you haven't exhausted your
own spell ability, casting abilities. Yes.
I use my sword more than my spells, so I usually don't use that many spells during a battle.
That's why I say as long as you haven't exhausted it.
I will. Yes,
Well,
here's hoping.
between myself, mending Aegis, and Spanner, and all of you, and hopefully Maramy and I have learned a valuable lesson about charging off into what we thought wasn't danger that then suddenly turned out to be danger.
There was no charging. There was lock picking. There was talking our way through stuff. None of that is charging. It was all
a lot
like
of fast talking. Yes, that's true. Effective fast talking, but fast talking regardless.
So it was not. We were not charging. We had a plan. It was bad timing. That's what we suffered from. Bad timing.
We did take the long way around too. That was the other thing.
Well, we didn't know. I mean, but we did great. I mean, go
That's
team.
True. But
You guys are alive, and that's what's important right now. And we got.
And I think you having the ability as well as a backup, just a backup, is too, never hurts either.
Tantan, what was that?
Oh, it was the ability to use the healing spell, or the ritual that I would teach you. Because once I'm finished with this ring, I can start researching how to do them. Teach you what you need to know.
He did say that he might delete Ilarion's memories. He did mention that as a potential side effect, just so you know.
In addition to the fact that it might not work at all. But,
all right, I need to drop out of character briefly. GM.
Yes.
Does healing and the healing, the healing ability and the healing pouch that you can buy not work on Ilarion at all?
You mean the healer's kit?
Healer's kit, sorry. Because the healer's kit in Marame's hand means for like 6 times after a fight, she can give 10 hit points to people. And it's like, if there is where are we in the fact that John is playing a special kind of special?
Yeah, I mean, so so healing, most healing magic, I think we determined, has a similar effect on Ilarion than it would on anybody else. Right. The healer's kit, I would be inclined to say, is not going to work as well, and the logic there is because it is designed for literally biological/organic creatures. Okay. Well, I shouldn't say that. He is a biological creature, but an entirely different order, right? It's life of an entirely different form. So I would say no on the healing kit, but yes on healing spells, etc., stuff like that.
So if if Merime did a healing check, she could stop the death saving throws.
Yes, that's true. You could stabilize, assuming you make a successful check, Alarian, but you wouldn't get the 10 hit point, stuff and all that business.
Because I'm trying to establish whether or not, where on the spectrum of how difficult it is to heal Alarian. And we have spent a lot of time together.
Right.
And he has been knocked out a lot because he is the tank. His job is to be the pincushion.
Right.
So, and is there something in Mia Tantan can create, instead of my ring, create to give to like Merime to heal Alarian?
One thing I did mention, Jen, is that I can take the healing word spell for my level 6, and then in character it would be like Nisiana would be teaching it to Merime. She's like, okay, I couldn't help him. I just need to know, like, I'm not a healer, but if I know just a little bit, because
Right.
so then I could do that. So at least I could bring him back just in case we get in dire straits.
Yeah. Since I've healed him before, I can do that.
And you can teach me in but I can take it as my level 6, my new spell. But you can teach me in character and just I just need to know how to bring
I'm way
him
more
back.
interested in that than you taking sending. by the
Yeah.
way. I would like you to be able to pick the tank up and make him work again.
Well, and especially if ever we get two of us go down at once, if the more we have that we can help each other. And also Merime is thinking on a more selfish end, what if my sister gets knocked down and I can't help her?
Well, especially since we're going against the Emerald Claw, and we know they go after healers. That is
Exactly.
established. So we absolutely need a better way to pick Alarian back up.
Exactly. And to
Okay.
pick you back up for Merime because she felt so helpless.
Well, with
So-
me, you can actually use the healing kit and healing word. Same with Tantan. We're normal biologicals. We are not special kinds of special.
Yeah. But
Which I
Complicated.
appreciate the special kind of special, but
it's very
it's the thing.
special.
Okay.
Comes with good and bad. This is true.
So,
This is true.
So healing word
thank
is
you,
what I'm
Greg.
doing.
I just needed
Yep.
to get that set in my head.
Yeah,
because I'm
no, and
like,
it's good
I
to
don't
resolve
want
it
us
now than in the middle of the combat where we're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
So-
What do you
Yeah.
mean?
I don't want to
conversation
do an
then.
RP where we beat our heads over something that cannot happen.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
so that's
okay.
what I would say. That's
Plus, I'm a
the...
very good healer. Therefore, eventually,
Yes, you are.
I can figure
That's true.
that out.
Alarian is life, Jim, but not as we know it. That's a very good point.
Yes.
Arundel.
Special kind of special.
No kill I.
There's a good reference. I'm beginning to think I can cure a
that's
rainy
good
day.
reference.
Oh, man. It's true.
It will be missed.
Which else has the best order from Kirk in that one, where he's just McCoy gives him the classic, I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer, and he's like, you're a healer, that's a patient, it's an order, which is the best line. So McCoy's like, well, crap, all right, here, I'll just put some concrete in you. How's that
Yeah.
work? So, by the way,
That's one of my favorite episodes.
it was my mother's favorite episode, and I have to say, it's great. It's not one of my. I like it a lot. It's not my favorite, but I have to say, for just the pure element of what made Star Trek at its best, that's it. It's great science fiction. It's good storytelling. It's not based on violence. They're actually thinking about. They debate seriously about, do we just shoot it or do we do something? Everything you want from Star Trek that's at its best. That's it. Seriously.
Yep.
Devil in the Dark. Yeah, great episode. Okay. So, all right. So you have had these discussions then about this sort of thing. Anything else, or is the party good on that stuff?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay. So then,
Yep.
so that'll allow us to jump forward a bit. Actually, let me just quickly say welcome everybody as our numbers are building up here with more people coming in. Welcome to day 22 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is season 2, The Fortunes of War, and this is part 1 of The Last Word, which is the next part of Fortunes of War in Season 2. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel. Please check out all of these lovely folks, whether it's audio work from Tren, whether it is writing and editing work from both Marie and Jen, whether it is, at the moment, although of course writing is very good too with John, but editing work and purchasing stuff from, for example, Catalyst or Greyshade, because my Greyshade Kickstarter is running right now. Many of us here have an element of that. We're up to 6,530 13 now, so we are at 88 backers. We're only $487 away from a special bit of extra information that the party will receive, but it has to get there before the end of the session tonight. So, chat, this is the time to jump forward and be a part of this Kickstarter. It's a work that I'm very proud of and a world I'm excited by, so I hope you folks will jump on board. With that said, so the following morning, about a day has passed since the incident at Moorgrave, and the following morning, you receive a message which is conveyed to you by the innkeeper, who is the owner of the Golden Horn, who gives you a summons which has been passed to him from the offices of Flamewind. Flamewind, of course, the Gynosphinx resident at Moorgrave University, as you folks already know. Along with it, he also includes something else which apparently he thinks will be of value to you. And for this, I'm going to move us over to the map for a moment. I'm going to change that map, but then I'm going to show you all a handout. Because accompanying this summons, which I will describe momentarily, is a bit of information from the Sharn Inquisitive last night's, the evening edition, so basically 24 hours after all of this latest stuff went down. So I'm going to pop up the Sharn Inquisitive. I'm going to edit this so this is available in everyone's journals. And I'm going to show it to the players, and last I'm going to show it to chat. And it would be lovely if one of these fine people would be so kind as to read this. I won't make you read all of it, but just some of it will be of value, I think. The Sharn Inquisitive Evening Edition. Anyone want to volunteer for the job?
Yeah, I'll tackle it.
Okay.
All right. Is there a particular article you want us to do?
All three of those may have potential interest. So if you want to just do the first one of Armistice Day,
I will. Armistice Day celebrated across nation. No, we'll do it. We'll do it normal voice.
Tomorrow marks the 2-year anniversary.
I thought about it.
Tempting.
I really wish I had Larian's voice for this. It'd be hilarious. But no, we're still having audio visual.
I was wondering about that. Yeah.
I'm having a real trouble getting it back up and running, but still working on it. Anyways, excuse me. Armistice Day celebrated across nation. Tomorrow marks the 2-year anniversary of the signing of the Treaty of Thronehold, an event that formalized the cessation of hostilities between the 5 nations and brought an official end to the last war. Actually, I'm going to move this over so it looks like I'm actually reading into the camera rather than off to the side. There we go. Oh my God, it's huge. Towns and cities across Corvair are celebrating Armistice Day with their own feasts, balls, and recitals. In Sharn, the exact hour of the signing will be rung from the tower tops, marking the start of a minute's silence across the city. Citizens are encouraged to invite neighbors of foreign heritage into their homes and break bread in honor of our new peace. In the capital, the main event on everyone's lips is the star-studded Gala Ball to be held on board the Royal Galleon Montoulet, a veritable who's who of Braeland's nobility. All of noble blood are invited to attend. Guards and City Watch are also out in force due to rumors that terrorists from the Swords of Liberty are plotting to use the crowds as cover to carry out strikes against the royal family. The King's Dark Lanterns have sworn to uncover and uproot any acts of treason that may threaten our royalty.
Ooh.
I will not try to call out the typo that's in that last line.
Any acts of
treason.
All right. Someone want to take on the second Sky Crime?
Sure.
Okay.
Sky Crime stories in Skyway. A spate of audacious heists continue to wreak havoc in Skyway. The thief is believed to be a female youngster who exploits a source sled to steal jewels from the district's nobility in a series of hit-and-run strikes, many of which have taken place in broad daylight. The name and identity of the thief remains a mystery. No nobles have been injured, but the crimes are considered serious enough to warrant a special investigation by Sharn Watch. Ba-bam!
Good stuff. And last but certainly not
after these
least,
messages.
yeah, exactly. Tren or Jen, you want to take on the Coach Strike?
I would not at this time. I'm trying to put in my refueling ring into my thing. So
No
Trent,
problem. I can do it.
I volunteer.
You.
Me. Right. Me. Okay. And you shouldn't have mentioned the whole, coach strike, grounds, transit. Now I want to do it like that.
Sky coaches across North Edge.
Oh, come on, do it. That's the perfect article to
Attention,
do it.
Mr. and Mrs. Sean and all the ships at sea.
Oh, God.
Coach strike, grounds, transit. That's about as close as I'm going to get to it. Sky coaches.
Sky roaches. Ah!
I couldn't even get through the first word. Sky coaches across North Edge. North Edge. Yeah, I know. I finally caught up with it. Anyway, have been grounded following a dispute between House Orion, which is the porters.
That's correct. Yep.
And the local branch of the city's Sky Coach Company. According to the city's Sky Coach Company, I went to the same line again. According to independent officials, are there really independent officials? Who attended the meetings, the House has been exerting pressure on local coachers to give. Yes. See, I can't zoom it. I can't make it any bigger, so I've got to read this tiny little type. To give up proportion.
There you go.
Okay. Of their fares. I thought it said farks.
Of their farks, yes, no.
Yeah, which made no sense. And then I thought it said faces. All right. Of their fares as compensation to ground-based porters. Should have read the whole thing, then I would have known they were porters. Orion has threatened to pull out of the district if any more coaches fly before a deal is agreed. I am getting some very strong Babylon 5 vibes from that.
So, it is interesting.
Is this the taxation of the trade districts I've been hearing about?
Yeah, it's interesting, though, that this is received at the same time as this other summons. Basically the summons is a request for you to, at your earliest opportunity, come to see Flamewind. And again, included with it was this front page, if you will, of the Sharn Inquisitive.
So just out of curiosity, Trend, if you move your cursor over it, you don't get a little magnifying glass symbol, and if you just click on it, it doesn't automatically magnify?
It opens it in a new window at exactly the same size.
Oh, really?
Oh, that does
That's
suck.
not so good.
Okay. Okay. Weird.
Mine actually magnified this time, so.
I suppose we should go see Flamewind then.
Yes.
Let us.
But that's... The celebration coming up seems inopportune at best. We can discuss this on the way over, by the way.
I'm going to guess
better-
Flamewind is telling us we need to go to it.
Well,
Would she really tell us to go to a party? That would be, I would like her better that way.
except what better time than to try and strike at the Oracle while everyone is distracted with the celebration? We may have to move it. We may have to trust Margrave? Margrave. Got it. Margrave. But you may have to trust them, and I still don't. Which makes me quite uncomfortable at the upcoming festivities and everything surrounding them. But let's go see what Flamewind wants and go from there.
Agreed.
Okay. So assuming
And back to
everyone,
Margrave University, sir.
so assuming everyone agrees, Arv
is the
Sure.
ring done now?
Is the one?
Is the ring done? Has
How long has it been?
completed the ring?
I would
We have,
say,
you said a day.
yeah, I would imagine so, because it takes you how long to do it, Tanton?
Really? I mean, logically, it takes about an hour.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, then definitely, I would say.
And then it's
Then I
going to
have
take
to attune it.
her an hour to attune.
Yeah, I would say that both of those would have been done by now. I would assume. Yes, I think so. So you make your way to, it's actually Moorgrave, just so you know, John, University. But
Margrave, whatever.
you say Margrave is the local rival. It's the University of Phoenix. You don't like it. You want it. Anyway,
Party
so let's see. Espionage, 3% trust and 97% hope. Boy, ain't that the truth. All right, so the party
3.
makes its way to Moorgrave University. You notice that when you arrive, security has been stepped up a bit. You are, of course, expected,
Would hope
so
so.
it's not like a big problem, but there's definitely, you note a sort of greater tension about the area. And as you make your way up to Flamewind's office, when you get into Lareth Hall, you note that there are already masons and glaziers they're busy in the background, and they're working on repairing the common room. So there's all these ladders all over the place and like hammering and trying to repair some of the glass. You can see a couple of the clearly professors dressed in the robes with the belts, I believe purple belts for them. I don't remember if purple was the security or if I had white was this. I think
Red was the security.
I think red was
was
security,
security.
right? So purple would be the professors.
Red
So
sash,
seeing
yeah.
them like, kind of pointing up and gesturing, you think you might see a couple of them whispering some rituals as if they may be sort of infusing some stuff with magic. But there's a lot of work that's being done. And so you make your way up the stairs to the room of Flamewind's chamber. Now, you may remember that this chamber was a little unusual. There is a large window that overlooks the magnificent skyline of Sharn, and there is a desk, which is too tall for the average humanoid to use, sitting in the middle of the room. There are shelves stacked with books and scrolls that decorate one wall, and there is a map of Corvair on the other. And behind the desk, you can see Flamewind herself straighten as she stands up on all 4 of her legs. Her black and orange lioness's body takes up most of the space behind the desk, and her face is serious but welcoming. And I believe that I had that picture, yes I did, of Flamewind. And the Sphinx, as you come in, looks you over and gives you a smile and says, "My favorite adventurers, I am afraid destiny calls upon you. I have done the research that you had requested, and I require your assistance." She kind of pauses and just looks at you inscrutably. You always get the sense, as I think I mentioned before, that Flamewind is like looking through you or like over your shoulder or something. You're always like, what? But it's not. It's just the way that she is. She doesn't, it just seems to be always looking and thinking about other things larger
that's
than
like.
this. Yeah, right, exactly. No feeling about that at all. So she kind of waits to see, I guess, presumably to hear if you're going to say anything, but
Valerian just nods.
okay. So she,
Now that my sister is almost dying, I can be like, oh my God, she's actually kind of cool looking. I've never seen. Wait, okay. She's a Genosphinx. She looks like a good petter. I shouldn't do that.
she just looks like completely, deadpan, implacable, like just
She needs a scritch under the chin.
inscrutable, I should say, not implacable, inscrutable.
Which I do not
reach her
say-
chin
do I
first
know-
of
do
all.
not say, but I think at Marie. Merrimack.
And I'll be like, I wouldn't try, but maybe later.
I have this image of one of you like waving a feather around and like doing the thing, dancing it like in front of it, and just sort of like Flamewind just,
Maybe she needs some catnip. It would loosen her up a bit.
So she looks at you and she says, "When dark lanterns flicker in the light of the silver torch, the king in green rides north on a bolt of steel. 2 nations prepare for war as all eyes turn to sky blue." Now, this phrase should be familiar to
That sounds
you.
very familiar.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Gave it to you.
yeah, and she nods and she says, "I have thought and researched this, and I think I have discovered what must be done. At least, I believe so. What do you know of Thrain?" To be clear, this is not Thrain, son of Thror, this is a different Thrain. We're talking about Thrane. And if we jump over for just a moment up to Corvair,
Don't they make good air conditioners?
it's Thrain, the best air conditioners. No. You, of course, know that Thrain is the country immediately to the northeast of Breland, and you know that it is one of the countries that, of course, was at war in the last war with Breland. And so she says, what do you know of them?
Do I know anything? Does any of us know anything?
I mean, I've probably at least been there once in my travels.
Let's have Merame make a history check for me, please. You would probably have more of a reason to know. I mean, Tantanisiana and maybe a little bit of Larian, you would probably know the basics, which is what I just said about the fact that you were at war with them and so forth, and that Breland and Thrain were one of the ones that were most anxious to sue for peace because when everything went to hell, they were obviously the neighboring nations, so they were the ones that were most worried about each other in a way.
I'd like to make one anyways, Arv, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And that's +1 as well for my jack of all trades, so that's 17.
17? Okay, I'll come back to that in a minute.
That's a 19.
So, you know that one of the things about Thrain is Thrain did not have perhaps the mightiest military of the nations that were involved in the last war. But there were two nations beside Breland that were, and in fact, Breland doesn't even really qualify as being as impressive. The two nations that were clearly the best at intelligence, counterintelligence, spy work, espionage. You all know the type. The two best were the nation of Seir and the nation of Thrain. In fact, the Merame, you would know, I think, that there was an intelligence service, which was sort of the equivalent of the intelligence service, the Dark Lanterns, which of course is a part of the King's Citadel, here, and the was called the Silver Torch. And so you knew a little bit about that, but Thrain, as I say, was very much about information gathering and then using that information against their enemies rather than, sort of direct attack. Also, by the way, Thrain, a master of soft power, politically speaking, not just weapons of war.
Okay. So then I'll just say all that I know is they tend to have ears everywhere, and although their military is not the strongest, they certainly know how to utilize politics and information to their advantage.
And Flamewind nods solemnly and says, "That is true. And I have learned that they may be involved with this. This prophecy to me suggests the following. Dark lanterns flickering in the light of the silver torch can to me only mean one possibility, that the king's dark lanterns are themselves at risk. The silver torch was the name of the Thrainish intelligence service, and this suggests to me that they are planning to strike directly at the king's dark lanterns. A bold move for Thrain, but it means they do not have the military battling each other openly, simply attacking the information and intelligence gathering surface of the nation of Breland. If these actions are exposed, though, it could lead to war between the two nations, something I think we would all wish to avoid. So much for the first line of the prophecy. But what of the King in Green? It is possible, I think, that the King in Green could refer to King Borinel's younger brother, Cor Ir Wanarn. In the old kingdom of Galifar, those in line to the throne wore green sashes while in court. And then the bolt of steel. Most likely this is, as you may have figured yourself, a lightning rail, something which would travel with great speed. If the prophecy comes true and war with Thrain looms, King Borinel's brother might himself ride the lightning rail north to Sword Keep and to reinforce Breland's border. So much, I think I know, of what the prophecy has told me, although I must say that all eyes turned to sky blue remains inscrutable to me. And Flamewind's eyes sort of flicker Merame to you for just a moment when she says that. And then kind of, does her usual far-off 1,000-book stare, with the rest of you. And so she kind of pauses for any reaction. You don't have to have a reaction. I'm just, she's pausing for it.
In my memory of the Warforges that we fought, didn't their eyes spark blue?
It's true.
I will mention that.
And she nods and she says, interesting.
I
It
don't
is
know if it has
possible.
anything to do.
Everything may have something to do with the prophecy, but I have heard that the Warforged eyes may glint different colors. Perhaps Solarian would know something of this, though a Starforged is not the same as a Warforged exactly. Still, there may be some connection to it. It is possible. As I say, I can find no research on this, but I have found something more troubling. And so she stands up and stretches. And every so often when she does this, now it's very hard to be near Flamewind and not just be sort of like, yes, Miss Flamewind. She's just very she has this presence. But when she stands, you also get a chance to see the kind of her wings stretch out fully. And she just is this very impressive looking sight. And she walks over to her desk where she takes one paw and places it upon a book which lies open on the desk. And she says, I have taken another verse of the Draconic prophecy from my library, for I thought there might be a connection here. This verse says, the dog of war dances on water by the light of the silver torch. It is the first time in many years that I have heard two verses of the prophecy. Both refer to the silver torch, and I must believe they are related. If that is so, then I can only conclude the following. I suspect there is a Thranish spy from the silver torch working within the royal court. I do not know the details, only rumors from information that I have been able to gather or my informants. But they are described in this verse by that strange moniker, the Dog of War. Second, tomorrow night, you may have heard that there is a dance to be held, an annual Armistice Ball, in fact. Have you heard of this?
Yeah.
We have.
This armistice... Sorry, Mrs. Dunsel, there you go. This Armistice Ball is to be held on a river galleon called the Montoulet. The galleon is docked on Rote's howling river, and much of the nation's nobility will be there. I expect the spy would show up here to carry out their mission. And if I am correct, and the spy is successful, then war will break out between Thrain and Brayland. And once war has begun with two, the others will quickly be drawn in whether they would or no. Therefore I have brought you here to discuss and advise. If I were you, I would travel to Rote and find a way to infiltrate the Armistice Ball. Perhaps you could scout out the Howling River where the Montoulet is docked. If you take the overnight lightning rail from here, you'll arrive at roughly 10 in the morning, and that will give you plenty of time to plan your infiltration, for the ball is not due to start till 6 o'clock in the evening and conclude with fireworks at midnight. Once you've arrived at the Montoulet, then you will need to use your wits and guile to identify and survey the spy, find out why they're there, and determine how best to stop them, though I would warn against killing or exposing the spy before you discover what their mission truly is. I am not a military strategist, but I do know the Draconic prophecy. And if these things are tied together, and if you have been given this information for a reason, and all things in Eberron are done for a reason, then I suspect you must move quickly. If you do not stop this attack, if it is revealed, war will be inevitable.
How do we identify one of the Silver Torch? I mean, they're experts at infiltration. That's not our area of expertise. That's the Dark Lanterns.
I agree. But the Dark Lanterns themselves may be compromised in this, since they are the target. And after all, you found your way almost to me. And you notice that her tail slightly twitches, which is probably as close as she ever gets to like a sense of humor, you know. So,
Granted,
That
you
was
were
fun.
easier to find, as you are rather unique.
it appears the Emerald Claw thought so as well, and that is another concern. I cannot imagine but that the attack upon Morgrave is somehow itself tied into this, even if not this immediate event. The Emerald Claw may be somewhere behind this. How that is so, I cannot tell. But I do know that tension has risen, and that is when mistakes tend to be most dangerous.
Do you have any issue with us bringing it to our superior at the Citadel? We may need to utilize some of our organization's resources.
If you speak of the one known as Hilar Brasal, no. In fact, you may ask him to accompany you if you wish. But I do not know whether Hilar Brasal will have the information needed, at least as far as the Dark Lanterns are concerned. I would encourage you not to include them in this plan to the extent that you can. He, of course, is part of the King's Citadel more broadly, not the Dark Lanterns, and certainly you could include him. But bringing the Dark Lanterns into something might be dangerous. Still, you must follow your own counsel.
Arv, what do we know about this? Well, do we know anything about that Swords of Liberty group that was mentioned in the article that's supposed to be possibly causing trouble?
Yeah, the Swords of Liberty, you've only got sort of the basic details of some of them. These are essentially, it's a sort of a separatist group that believes that the king, and in fact royal authority in general, has created oppression and has basically made it so that the people continually suffer, and that the only way for people to truly be free is to throw off the shackles of that oppression through whatever means necessary, including eliminating the royal family. And that if the royal system could be removed, then everyone would be a lot better off. There are rumors that the Swords of Liberty are externally funded, if you know what I mean. That, like, you know, there may be some benefits to having a terrorist group involved in your enemy's forces. But again, those remain rumor.
So they're basically the libertarians of Eberron. Okay.
They're considerably smarter than any libertarian I've ever met. I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. Did I say that out loud about intellectual bankruptcy of libertarians? How could I? I'm sorry. I said it again. I don't.
Just keep slipping out. I don't know what's wrong with me.
No. They're actually willing to put they're more interested than in just let me have my stuff, smoke weed, and no. I'm being terrible to libertarians. No. So yeah, I would say that they are very much. They could be seen as disgruntled, kind of. Some people would see them as freedom fighters, but it's important to know that they are not widely respected, at least not yet. Largely because in certain of the other cases, they have done stuff that has been sort of disruptive and not targeted, right? Not as sort of generally focused as you'd like it to be.
Okay, that's enough for a baseline. And then Alarian will address Flamewind. You mentioned your concern about the Emerald Claw, a concern we share. With the actual assaults on Morgrave or Margrave? I keep getting it wrong.
It's a Morgrave.
I hit it right. Okay, Morgrave. On Morgrave, Flamewind, do you believe the university is a safer repository now for the Oracle than it perhaps had been earlier? We are very leery of leaving the city and leaving it, although it is in a safe place for now. We are concerned that every day it remains here is a day that the forces of oppression and evil might discover it, namely the Emerald Claw. When we know for a fact there is someone here who desperately wants to get their hands on it in Sharn.
So Flamewind sort of looks at you steadily and then says, "If you mean that because of the recent attack, there will be increased security here within my chamber and within Lareth Hall more generally, then yes, I would say that there is something to be said for that. Moreover, if this were in my chamber, I would have the opportunity to study it more directly, and that might also be of value, especially if I can discover how it and the Draconic Prophecy are more closely related. However, I would say that this is not a long-term plan, for eventually the Emerald Claw will surely attack again, and if they succeed this time, they would have gotten not just me, but also the Oracle. Still, in the short term, over the next few days at least, yes, I would say that we would be as safe as almost anywhere in Sharn."
Agreed. Short term only. They will need time to regroup. Plus, they would obviously come in more force since their initial feint or their initial thrust was rebuffed. But at the moment, I can think of no better place than in your chamber, and I thank you for the generous offer. We will arrange for transportation to get it here immediately.
When you do, I would encourage you to make sure that whoever you use, perhaps House Orion, that they make sure that this go by secret ways and perhaps not in the light of day. It is important that as few as possible be aware of the existence of this thing, let alone its transit to Morgrave. Once here, though, I think you can feel comfortable that it will be safe for at least the next few days.
Agreed. We will make our plans. You will only know once the package is delivered.
And she nods and sort of,
Valerian has nothing else. Unless anyone else has any questions, they're ready to move to the next phase of our cunning plan.
Does anyone have anything?
No, I'm suffering cramp in my calves. Just hang on. I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh no!
Very odd expression on your face for that.
Tanton, you appear to be cramping in your leg. Yes.
Well, yes, I'm not accustomed to a desk that's at standing height like yours is.
I missed a little bit of that because I was watching Trent's face and I was like, "Oh God, are you having a heart attack? What happened? What's going on? Are you okay?"
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
So we're gonna move the Oracle into Flamewind's quarters for the next few days.
Which
That's cool.
That's about as safe as we can get right now.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
I am down with that, especially if she can
Also,
uncover more of its
her-
secrets.
her studying it is also one of the things we wanted.
Huge.
I'm also
Yeah.
trying to figure out. I'm so vaguely related to my house leader, who is nobility. I'm like, can I even think to try and pull on that to get us into as a noble? But I don't think so.
I mean,
I think Hilaro should be able to arrange papers for us. That's going to be his. Which we need to go see him next, as a matter of fact.
all of noble blood are invited to attend. It says so.
Yeah.
That
Well,
seems pretty.
But
I actually do have noble blood, but I'm not a noble.
well, yeah, and any noble who was attending would almost certainly have attendants and servants who would come with them. So
That's true.
And bodyguards.
I have a very tiny me with a whole lot of you.
yeah.
It'd be so much fun. What did she say about House Orin? I got distracted at that point. when
He
you were
suggested
saying-
we use them and have them take it most secretively, like cover of darkness, yada yada yada. I'm not even sure I
Yes.
want to use them. I actually want us to deliver it this time. So again,
Yeah, she said if you were going to use them, like that was
agreeing
what
that
to do.
the
Yeah.
fewer people who know what's going on, the better. The only
Yeah,
question is
but-
I have to make sure we're not being watched. And right now I'm not certain I can guarantee
We're
that.
so
That's the
being
problem.
watched.
Yeah,
We're so
there's
being watched. And remember, right now what we have is a Tensor's floating disc 20 feet behind Mia Tantan, and we can't
Well-
go fast.
Well, no, we brought it in on a wagon. We were actually a little bit more circumspect than that because the flagrant use of magic in the city is not really a good thing. So we actually, Orion, whatever, however they pronounce it, they brought it in on mundane means. It was just a box.
Oh, Orient. I still think we should go to Orient.
they'll know the city and its ways better than us, especially if we tell them like this is their whole business.
Well, I want to talk to
Yes.
Hilar about that. If that's what he recommends, I can be persuaded. But even so,
Because
Yeah.
honestly, we are not subtle. Remember that. We are not subtle. We were followed the moment we got off the train.
yeah, this is true.
We've been drawing too much attention to ourselves, and we're noticeable. We're easy to spot out in the crowd.
Hey,
So
we didn't bring an airship busting through the skylight of the
didn't.
frickin'
No,
library.
but we were there for it to happen.
that was just luck
And-
or bad luck.
One could say that was luck
Also-
and or coincidence.
I did burst in on the back of on Spanner, yelling the library's under attack from nowhere. Again, not subtle. We are not subtle.
Yeah, it
Alright,
might be
that's-
best to count on someone whose specialty it is to do this.
Yeah. So go back to the golden
I understand
horn.
your
Is that what it's called, Arv?
That's right.
No, you're right. You're probably right. And plus, none of us know the city all that well. I mean,
No.
we know it just enough to get into trouble.
I mean, honestly, if we really wanted to, we should get a box about the same size, use Tensor's floating disk, and walk it somewhere else in the city at the same time.
And Valerian turns to look at you and says, "That's an excellent idea. If we wish to bring them
Oh.
out, what better way than to run a decoy while House Orion is running the real one through a different route? Very good thinking, Nisiana. We should put that into effect immediately."
We'll try to be our most stealthy, which means that everybody will know where we are.
Well, Valerian looks down at himself and says, "Yes."
Okay, well, that wasn't quite what I meant, but yeah, okay.
The horn,
Now, just
Well,
before
how do
you,
we-
one sec, just before you get to the horn, because as you're on your way out,
Yeah.
Flamewind does say, "One warning. My interpretations are educated guesses. I think they are reasonable ones, and they are based on long years of study. But the Draconic prophecy is notorious for confounding expectations. Nothing is ever quite as it seems. And so I would encourage all of you to think broadly. Think beyond the norm, I suppose I might say, so that you may be better able to adjust when needed. That line about the sky blue, for instance. That, it appears, will be up to you to interpret, based on information we do not yet have. So, use caution."
Noted, Flamewind, and also, and here Valerian pulls back their hood of their cloak, revealing that their eyes, not only star-shaped, but also a fair color of sky blue. Coincidence plays as much import in prophecy as interpretation.
She also makes reference, by the way, to the idea that she would also, because this is of great importance to her as well, and, to research the Draconic prophecy, etc., that she would be also willing to provide you a reward of her own, separate from King's Citadel stuff. So, when you return, be
Aw.
aware of that, if you succeed. Otherwise, if you do not, then don't show your hated faces in Sharnigan. No, I'm just kidding.
And we will disavow all knowledge.
Yeah, exactly.
Come back with your shields or on them. Yes,
This
exactly.
this Genosphinx will self-destruct in 5 seconds. Don't get me
And
started. I
Trent,
love
what
it.
you missed in the middle of the conversation is we were saying, do have House Orion move the
Under the cover of darkness.
yes.
The Oracle of
I
War.
said it would be better if we took a similar sized box elsewhere at the same time. My character was being facetious at the time, and Ilarian's like, "Wow, that's a really good idea. We should do that. It will draw them out." And I'm like, Oh,
Mm-hmm.
gonna
Good
get
idea.
attacked. It's gonna be my fault because I had the idea. Oh, awesome. All right.
Yay! Yay,
Okay.
my plan.
So
Hey.
now you said you're headed back to the horn at this point, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, technically, we would have had that whole conversation out of earshot of Flamewind, but it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, well, I mean, I was basically just a
Yeah.
flashback, so you can have that convo
Okay.
outside of her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So we would have had most of our talking on the way to the horn when she mentions that and everything, and et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Okay. Well, the Gigantic Reward is kind of cool. That's awesome. So back at the horn, how do we contact? We have to get a hold of Hilar's assistant. What's her face? Is that how that works?
Well, you could do that. That's Callie that you're talking about, and
Yeah, that's it.
you could get Callie, or you could try to get a hold of Hilar directly. Now, Hilar was also doing some work with the whole stakeout of the Arulin Karnak thing, with the person previously referred to on multiple occasions as the cute guy. That's this guy. So there's that. I like the idea, by the way, that every so often you just look over in the corner and you think you see him, but then not. Just like, Anyway, but yeah, so you could track down Kelly, but you could also wait, because presumably Hilar, or send for him, because Hilar certainly expected at some point that you would be in touch with him.
No, we need to talk to him sooner rather than later. If we're supposed to take the train up, we got to get moving.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's tonight's train that it leaves. But it's, you at whatever the time would be. I mean, you have like the day before it leaves, but so.
We got to arrange for the thing to be moved. If we're going to set our trap up, we got to set that up too, and
Yeah.
then hit the train.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sending for him. However we do that, whether that's through Fariska or Kali or whomever.
Yeah,
Let's let
Friska's a
them know,
good
"Hey,
start with
need
that
to-
too.
Need to talk to you urgently.
Nisiana could contact Hilar as well with sending.
Oh yeah.
It's true.
That works. That's
Oh,
fine.
hold on. Let me get my 25 words. What
Yeah.
exactly do you want me to say to him? What's the gist of the message? We need
Spoke
to
with
get into
Flamewind. Need to talk to you about moving package as soon as possible. That's pretty much about it. And we'll fill in the rest of it. We'll fill the that should be enough to get him here. We'll fill him in on the rest once he's here.
Every time you think of this sending, I just think of the sequence from Fellowship of the Ring, where Galadriel is just like, "Hello, Ring Bearer, one who has seen the eye," the type of thing. Like, which is a little horror movie more than I think Tolkien planned, but anyway, for that.
That still works.
Okay, so does that fit within that should fit within a 25 word, I think?
That's like 12 words.
Hold on.
Because you have 25 doesn't mean you have to use every single one of them.
For sale, baby shoes, never worn.
That's right.
You probably start it with, "To our most devoted servant."
Wow. To all to whom these letters may come, greetings. I speak. Okay, you're out of it. Oh, damn it.
Damn it.
I actually like the idea, though, even though Nisian is doing this magically, of the thought of like someone sitting in front of a telegraph office, like Civil War style, like
The frontier.
Yes.
Actually, the funny part is if someone could utilize the lightning rail to send messages, well, that person would be a very, very wealthy man.
So you want us
Person,
to see?
person.
You want him to meet us?
Yeah,
The golden
meet at
horn or-
usual spot, which is the horn, of course. But don't be specific. Don't use specifics, just in case. I don't know if anyone can listen in,
I don't think so.
but
I don't
Sharon
think it's like a
Paranoia is
cell
kind of
network.
creeping in. Yeah, but you never know.
The password is.
Divination, magic. Who the hell knows? Yeah, exactly.
I hear some weird feedback on the line.
It's my birthday,
Was it an
so
inn? Was it a tavern? What was it called? What was the horn?
it's the Golden Horn is a tavern.
Yeah.
Tavern.
It does have rooms, though.
Okay.
You can even say meet where we met last time. It's just as good too.
Okay. I have not sent it, but this is the message I can send. Talk to Flamewind. She wants to see the Oracle. We'll protect it. Also, we need into the gala. Need to meet you soon at tavern. That's 25 words. That's what I
A
got.
little more words than I added, but okay.
It's best to give him the information we need,
Yeah.
like the fact that we need to get into the gala.
Right.
It's fine. That's fine.
I think it's
Well,
good. Yeah.
I was going to say, if you needed more, you could remove she wants to see the Oracle, because she's going to
will
protect it, kind of covers that. Yeah.
She will.
Or then you could add more detail to some other part. You
Need
probably could
to
also
dress.
skip the gender thing. Spoke to Flamewind. Wants, we'll protect the Oracle. Blah, 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 blah. You don't need to say
Hey,
shit.
I'm new at this.
I'm just saying. Well, it's good to represent.
Luciana doesn't
by
telegraph
using
very often.
well, it's good to use the appropriate gender,
Okay. All right. So, she counts them off on her fingers. Talk to Flamewind. I have to say who, because talk to Flamewind will protect Oracle does not make sense.
Ooh, we'll protect Oracle. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Into the gala. I have 5 more words. Talk to
Love you
Flamewind,
lots.
who will protect. That's only for for Merime. Talk to Flamewind, who will protect Oracle. Also, we need into the gala. Need to meet you soon at tavern.
Best
Um,
regards. There, let's go. Just send it.
Every
Let's go.
word counts. Spy in Black Lanterns.
Dark Lanterns, first of all.
Oh.
It says up to 25. You don't have to use every single word. I'm just saying.
Yes, I do.
You're not paying for it.
What
Yes,
if
I
she
am.
said? What if you said spy instead of Darklander? What if you mention Silver Torch in vicinity, so that he knows to be careful because he'll
Well, yeah,
know
and
what
we
the
don't.
Silver Torch
Keep in
is.
mind, we're not sure there's a spy in the Dark Lanterns. We think there is, which is why I think some context in a conversation is probably better for that.
Talk to
In my
Flamewind,
opinion.
who will protect Oracle. Also, we need into the gala. Need to meet you soon at tavern. Silver Torch in vicinity. That's 24.
That's fine. Send that.
Okay.
To get the last one.
Or
Stop.
Or stop, yeah.
respond.
Yeah.
This whole thing is like the vintage golden age episode. Just like, must get there. Stop. Don't take it out of none. Stop.
Actually, I can take out the also. We need into the gala. Need to meet you soon at tavern. Silver Torch in vicinity. Respond, please.
Need to meet immediately at tavern, not soon. Immediately.
Now.
Now.
Yeah, now. That's good.
And his reply is, "I'm already here. Where are you?"
Exactly. He's just sitting there like at the table.
Hey,
Oh,
cool
God
my heels
damn
for
it.
2 hours.
Okay.
Son of a...
All right. There we go.
Okay.
Visual. Talk to Flamewind, who will protect Oracle. We need into the gala. Need to meet you now at tavern. Silver Torch in vicinity. Respond, please.
Okay. So there's a pause, and then through, your mental link, you hear, "I'm on my way."
Excellent. I just look at you and say, he's on his way. Let's go. Or actually, we're on our way, so we're already going, so never mind.
Okay.
Indeed.
So when you are back, having sent this message and you're at the Golden Horn, they're probably about, I would say, an hour later. So we're now talking about midday, just past midday, maybe like 1 o'clock or so, roughly. Hilar comes in. And he comes over, says hello to Friska, comes over to all of you, and then sits down at that special table you may remember with the curtain that looks like the beach and the whole thing that we talked about. And then says, well, I assumed that I wouldn't be called for that way with one of your rituals, Nisiana, unless it was important. What have you got? Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase. I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. Because you did mention the silver torch. So he would say, like, and what's this about the silver torch?
According to Flamewind, she's interpreted some of the draconic prophecy as saying that the silver torch are currently infiltrating or targeting the Dark Lantern. And that there's going to be one at the gala that we need to stop.
Stop whatever they're doing, otherwise there's going to be war.
A spy from the silver torch at the ball. There's been all kinds of scuttlebutt about actual open warfare, some attack, things about this Swords of Liberty group or whatever. But to think that they actually might have the Dark Lanterns at a disadvantage. And he kind of thinks about it, and then he says, I don't know, it's a strange play. Why would Thrain take a risk like that? And if you're going to do it, why go after the Dark Lanterns? Sure, you take out their intelligence source, but that was never what Brayland was best at anyway.
But if you're trying to make sure that you can get something through without Brayland knowing, though, you take out their intelligence source and they'll be blindsided.
Or they've already allied with someone else.
Yes.
Perhaps they're not planning on taking out the source, but feeding it false information to provoke a response.
Is there a possibility? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, if Thrain makes Brayland appear to be the aggressor, they are just defending themselves. Even though, if they do want war, which I do tend to agree with you, Larbercell, that it seems strange, which is why we need to, if there is a chance of something happening there, we need to go up and uncover to find out what, if anything, they are up to. The whole thing seems odd, but it doesn't mean it should be discounted.
What if they're allied with Karnak? That's where the Emerald Claw comes from, right? Karnak? What if they're allied with Karnak, and as the Emerald Claw increases its activity here, they're hoping to keep it quiet by making sure that we can't spot it as easily? What if there are two nations currently after Brayland?
And Hilar kind of nods slowly and looks thoughtful, and he says, it's possible, but I want to present one other possibility. What if they've decided that they need to get you out of the picture? It's pretty common knowledge among at least a few that something happened at Morgrave University a day and a half ago. And of course, people who are in the know you were all involved. If the Emerald Claw has decided that you're a threat, and after what happened at Salvation and what just happened now at Morgrave, that seems reasonable, then perhaps what they'd want to do is eliminate you as a threat.
Well, they wouldn't be using the ball against us, though. I mean, that's probably our safest place to be.
And he kind of, he sort of like lifts an eyebrow, like, and he's just like,
plus,
I don't know.
Aurelian Karnak is already in the city. If she were to feel we were a big enough threat, why hasn't she struck against us directly here? What is stopping her? Why send us on a wild goose chase? I think the expression is.
And kind of nods. It checks out, I suppose. So Flamewind wants you to go to this ball.
And Alarian says we are taking the Giant Sphinx's word at this, but we have no reason not to. Especially given that we just saved her from an attack by the Emerald Claw itself.
I don't think that Flamewind is corruptible. I think it's quite possible that Flamewind is focused on other things. That's kind of what happens when you spend your whole life trying to puzzle out the prophecy. But I think it would be more likely that they would kill her than actually figure out a way to get her to turn to their side. So, if Flamewind suggests that that's how she's thinking the prophecy is, well, maybe so. Although, the prophecy seems to have never meant quite the same thing at the same time to different people. So I suppose it could be she might have gotten something wrong. But everything I've ever heard says that no one knows more about the draconic prophecy in Sharn, at least not the official types, than Flamewind. It checks out, I suppose. But it's dangerous.
She did say that hers were just educated guesses.
And
that we should
he
be
nods.
willing to think outside the box in terms of what it might mean.
Outside the oracle box, as it were.
Well,
Well-
if somebody wanted to discredit us, they would pretend to be us and then do something horrible. It's not like we hide.
And he sort of nods and he says, "It's true. But then again, I suppose it's possible that you'll be able to define yourselves differently. Remember, if you go to this thing, you're going to the city of Rote. That's the capital. Sharn, for sure, is the biggest city, the most important one that exists in Brayland. But Rote has a way of convincing people to look the other way. It is, some people say, the city of misdirection. So, if you're going to that ball, it makes sense based on the prophecy. But it means you'll have to be on your toes the whole time. This isn't your home territory. The King's Citadel will be able to help as much as we can, but even then we don't have full ability to do things. The Dark Lanterns supposedly have already been there, vetting the place, double-checking, making sweeps, magical and otherwise, over the last week. And the Dark Lanterns are good at what they do. But if there are other forces arrayed against them, he kind of shrugs.
Exactly. It's almost like you need a double check right now on them, because if someone is either within them or against them, then you need eyes there and you need us there.
And Flamewind did state that she cautioned, and I agree, that we cannot, the real trick is we cannot let the Lanterns know of our plans. Due to the fact they may have already been compromised.
And he nods and sort of strokes his chin and says, "It makes some sense. But then that means I'm not going to be able to get you official entrance passes, because I'm going to have to do that with people asking questions, and all of them might be working for the Lanterns, and all of them, as you say, some of them might be compromised. But I think we might have a solution anyway. You're not going to need that pass into the ball until you actually get there. In the meantime, anybody can take the train so long as they can pay for it, and we'll handle that. If you can get on that train this evening, there are going to be a number of other nobles taking their way from Sharn up here. If you were to talk to them, gather some information, they might be able to let you know about where, in fact, you can find how you get into the place, what you need to be to get there. Right now, it's all kind of vague. Nobles only, they say, but what exactly that means is unclear. So, if you head on your way up there, you can talk to a few nobles en route. You might gather the information you need. And, of course, I'm going to be going with you." And he sort of pauses, and he says, "If it's true that this is involved with the Dark Lanterns, I need to be able to know about it. I'm not going to be able to go to the higher-ups in the King's Citadel unless I have proof for myself. And although I would trust you with everything, including this, you're going to have your hands full as it is trying to get into that ball and gather the information you need. Meanwhile, I can be trying to work the room and find out a little bit more about who actually is the one that's engaged in this plot. So, if we go together, we can work together."
All right. Now, when you say go to this thing with us, you mean like as a date?
Perhaps, let us say, as a, perhaps someday they might call this a +1, if you will. And then he sort of looks at you for a moment, Tanton, and waits, and then he says, "Perhaps just accompanying you as, a servant."
Oh! That makes much more sense.
And he sort of nods, and he says, "But we're going to need some cover for the four of you. And as you said, you kind of stand out. He sort of, his eyes flicker over you. He says, Merime, the lady of House Hawksmoor. And he kind of is like musing as he's thinking about this, right? Like, and Marime's retinue.
I gotta step out of character for a second.
Sure.
Jen, did you say that thing about you have noble blood but not noble to the party, or was that just an aside as?
No, I said that it's known. I'm like Alora DiGirasco is like my aunt twice removed. It's one of the reasons I'm actually working for the King's Citadel, paying off a debt to
Okay, thank you.
the house.
Well, in that case,
yes, I have noble blood,
okay.
but I don't have a noble
technically
title.
makes you a noble, though. And Valerian says, well, I mean, that's one way to go, and nothing against Merime here, but
She is
perhaps
actually
we should.
my sister. She is adopted, so Merime is adopted.
Yeah, but a direct line is better. As Nisiana has stated, she does have noble blood, and therefore, perhaps drawing on the influence of her family would be enough to get us, and we would be her retinue.
And his eyes sort of flicker over to you, Nisiana, and Hilar thinks about it, and then, yeah, that could also work. It would be better if we could figure out ways to get 2 of you at least in, but it wouldn't be that unusual, I suppose, for someone, even a minor noble, to come with a few servants. It seems like a reasonable course. Nisiana, you'll have to make sure that you work on your strutting around and treating others as less than you are, if you're going to fit in as a noble.
Maybe Merime should be the noble.
No, I think Nisiana makes the most sense now that you put it that way. And sort of does, like turns away as if like that seems good to me.
With the House of Jarasco being known in the city, it does make more sense. And if you are going to be an Eric Noble, you of course will need a bodyguard.
Or a lady in waiting.
Both. As I understand it, among you creatures, the more retinue, the more supposedly impressive it is amongst others of your kind.
That's true. If you are a noble, you could use all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Kenton can be the cook. You have a particular palate.
No. Canton can be there to fix my bodyguard when my bodyguard gets hurt, because that's what he does. And then Spanners.
Also defense. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Exactly.
Oh God, I need to stop talking. You guys have accepted 2 of my ideas. This is bad.
And
the other factor is that if people start asking, how are you related to noble blood? I mean, who ever heard of a halfling saying, well, I'm related to so-and-so, half removed by 2 on his mother's side, and nothing like that would ever happen.
Absolutely. I don't think that would ever occur. Be like living in a hole in the ground.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Can I just not talk to people and just turn away?
And
I
Hilar
can't
sort
lie.
of,
You know that I can't lie.
She
well,
really
you can let others lie for you. Perhaps Merime is your spokesman. Merime can lie as much as she needs to.
Actually, I
really
get Maria's attention. Merime will supply everything you need to say. You don't have to worry about a thing.
Oh
And if
God,
she
we're
won't-
doing a
We're literally
opposite-
doing the Mission Impossible leverage ear thing, and then just
Yep.
But I can help you and be your spokesperson if you wish. I can help you with that. You know that I can lie. You remember how much we used to get away with when I could, and how little we got away with when you had to confess? That's
And,
what we
and
always
that would
preach.
be the ultimate in haughtiness, as I understand, is to have someone designated to speak for you on your behalf.
What if she's a mute?
Let's not go too far down this road.
We don't want you to be uncomfortable with this, Nisiana, as well. You can do anything you put your mind to.
Okay.
And he says,
Yeah, we need to do this. This is what we need to do.
Hilar says, if we're going to do this, though, we're going to need to make sure we get you clothes to match. I'm going to go check with some of my contacts at the Citadel and see what I can do about getting clothes that are suitable. If you're going to be the noble, then you three are servants. Then the question is, what kind of servants? And also, what am I going to do?
Well, Marine's my lady in waiting. Valerian's my bodyguard. Tanton is Tanton, who does all the things with the bodyguard and the spanner. What do you do, Halar? I mean, what?
And like a little smile sort of twitches at the side of his mouth, and he says, I think I may have an idea. All right. We need to get cracking, though, if we're going to do this.
Do we get to know what this idea is?
Oh, you'll know once I make sure that it makes any sense.
I hate this.
I know, Tanton.
I hate this.
But if I tell you the idea before I know it's going to work, then we're all going to look foolish.
You just said you had an idea.
That doesn't mean I know it'll work. I'll have it figured out.
We have the train ride up to perfect our personas. We will work it out with that.
Are we going to bring the box there too?
No, we're not. That is the second part of our conversation, Halar. In between acquiring suitable clothing, we need to move the package. As Nisiana said in her message, Flamewind has graciously allowed to watch and study it for a couple of days. I can think of no place better suited than her chamber, but it needs to be moved tonight. As soon as possible by House Orion and through the most discreet methods they have. We are also thinking strongly of running a decoy operation to see if we can lure out the Emerald Claw to come after us. If they think we're moving it above ground, it will give more cover for House Orlean, or whatever they're called.
Orion.
House
Oriel.
Orion.
We literally just had 4 different versions, and it was Orion. You're just like, Orion, Oreo, Oreo, Opal?
I've totally got it on my nose.
Abala, Opa! No, it's actually Orion, is what it is.
I think the fact that it sounds so close to Orient, I instinctively don't want to say it.
Yeah.
And so it's like, it can't be right.
So I think even before the clothing, you need to arrange with them. Once night falls, they're to move it to the university and specifically to her chamber. She is aware we'll be expecting it. But that needs to be done as soon as possible.
And Halar says, one other thing, Tanton. I don't know that Spanner's going to be able to come with you. They're never going to let him in the ball. And even if you can come up with some reasonable explanation, he is going to stand out. I think you got to leave him somewhere.
As soon as you say he's going to stand out, Tanton looks up at Ilarion and...
I understand that, but Ilarion you can explain as a bodyguard. That's one thing. Having a personal pet, though, especially when you've already got the one bodyguard... And he kind of shakes his head. I don't see it.
So perhaps he's a toy.
They're not going to allow toys in this ball.
Well, that's up to her grace, isn't it?
It's true, but security is going to be really tight. Even if Nisiana does a wonderful job, and I'm sure she will, at selling the role, there's going to be some things they just won't let you do no matter what happens.
And the cat's like, hey, you just became a noble, your grace.
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Yeah.
Actually,
she's going, I don't care if you're noble. Give me pets, damn it.
Yeah, exactly.
You've
Like,
got a job.
Let me lick your face.
the true noble has entered the room. Ilarion catches Tanton's eye and says, I may have a solution for that. We'll discuss it while we're setting up for our operation this evening.
This is gonna go so badly.
It's gonna go great. It's gonna be great.
It's going to be wonderful.
It is.
really
I'm gonna
is.
spend a lot of
It's gonna be
time
fantastic.
putting my hand at you to talk for me.
Grace would, her grace would like you to know that.
We're all going to
Already.
be mind linked, so it's not going to be a problem.
I cannot wait for the Downton Abbey Redux, so I am looking forward to that.
Oh, no.
But before we get to that point, if you have anything you wanted to say to Halar, go ahead and say it, because he's going to run off and get some supplies.
He's got. We've given him his tasks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go.
I'm good. I'm good.
Go do
Okay.
your thing.
So he's going to head off and do what he
Sarah.
needs to do. While he does that, Marie, you had one thing you wanted to throw in?
Oh, I just wanted to remind everyone that for the mind link, I'm now at 60 feet because I'm level 6. But if you get out of the 60 feet range, we are no longer mind linked. Okay.
Oh,
So just
You are not leaving
That's-
my freaking side at this.
No, I
frickin'
No,
will
but
be-
that'll be useful for others who may have to mingle. So
Yes.
that's fantastic.
I
You
can't
are-
wait for the dance sequence at 65 feet. That is going to be absolutely
Yes.
great.
Oh God,
But
can
we-
I dance?
we are
And we
servants.
do
We,
the patty
stay with
cake.
our noble. It's
Mm,
good.
Yes,
Or
yes.
maybe Rome in case they see trouble. So the good news is I can interpret my orders most liberally, but I will probably be very close to her just in case it's true.
I mean, I can
But,
dance. I have good
yeah.
dexterity. I can dance.
You've probably
Yeah.
been taught some stuff in your house and all that,
Probably
you know.
how.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. I mean,
Blah.
I've been taught stuff. I'm not completely. I
And now we dance the
probably-
patty cake. Yeah, exactly.
So I'll just
Just don't
connect.
do this very often.
I'll connect with Nisiana mentally just with her, and I'll say, no matter what happens, I am not leaving your side. I'm not leaving your side. I will be there. So let's make sure that they don't separate us. No matter what noble bullshit they come up with, we always make an excuse that we stay together. All right?
Yes.
Good.
If there is a dance, I'll even let Tanton lead. No, I won't.
And as the party begins its planning, this is a good spot for us to take our break. You are watching day 22 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is Season 2, and this is The Last Word, Part 1 of The Last Word. If you have been enjoying what you've been watching as much as I have, and I hope you have, then please follow the channel and do all the things. Most of all tonight, remember, ! Greyshade KS will give you details about the Greyshade Kickstarter. We are at 6513, $487 away, folks, from the party getting an awesome bit of information that will be super helpful to them when they walk into the Lion's Den. I mean, when they go to the Masquerade Ball with each other and do what they're about to do. I am very excited to see how this gets managed as they prepare to get on the lightning rail and head up. But I'm going to give the party, the players, about 7-minute breaks, 10:13 now. So let's say we get back there roughly around 10:20, if that's all right. Chad, in the meantime, you can take a break with us. And we will be right back to you in a minute. Hang tight. All right, folks. I happen to like this music that we've been using over the last session or so. Seems to fit this.
This is the same thing we had at the beginning, right?
Yeah, it's like the Oasis City
Right.
type
So
of thing that we had here.
every now and again, we hear a llama. Like it's the same llama sound from Minecraft.
Oh, really?
And
That's
you'll
hilarious.
hear, "Wah!" In the thing. And I'm like, is somebody playing Minecraft in the thing?
That's so funny. I hadn't even thought about that. Oh my god. Welcome back, chat. Welcome back, everybody, to day 22 of D&D with IMB. Eberron, Oracle of War, Season 2, The Last Word. This is part 1 of The Last Word, and we hope you are enjoying it. We will be with you for a little over an hour as we continue on. And again, one reminder, I apologize for repeatedly mentioning it, but only a little apology because this is kind of important for me and for the people involved with this project. And that is the Gray Shade Kickstarter, which is running right now. We have done very well in our opening 4.5, closing in on almost 5 days, but we have a lot more work that we have to do so we can get up to that funding goal. So we have 6,513 so far. So if you haven't already done so, please consider backing it. Please spread the word using that hashtag Gray Assassin, and help us get up to that 7,000 number tonight, chat. Again, if we can get up to 7,000 by the end of the night tonight, the party will get a bit of information that will be of great use to them, or could be of great use to them going forward. So definitely do that to help them out and give them a hand.
And when he says we have a lot of work to do, he means that you have a lot of work to do.
I mean, yeah, I suppose. I don't, I don't want to be aggressive about it. Like, get out there and spend money. But, hey.
Spend money, spread the word. If
yeah,
you can't
spread the
money.
word. Exactly. If you can't spend money, then spread the word. That is a good way to put it. Okay. So the party is thinking about Operation Nisiana Noble Party member entrance.
Infiltration.
Right. Infiltration is what we're looking at right here. So what are the party's preparations as you get ready? By the time LR leaves and this discussion is over, it's about 2. So you have, this is a midnight. I'm really tempted not to say it's a midnight train to Georgia. It is a midnight train, though, that is going to be leaving. You're taking the red eye, I guess you might say, which will go up to Rote. So you have basically 10 hours-ish before you have to leave. So what are you doing during that 10-hour span?
First of all,
and by the way, I'm sorry, Tron, one last thing. And you don't have whatever you want to role play of this, you can, but there's no obligation to it. If there's things that you're just like, I just do this, that's okay too. Sorry, go ahead, John.
it's okay. The name of the mission is Steel and Grace. Just so we're clear.
Steel and Grace.
Oh, my God.
I like it.
Wow.
Is that a play on Will and Grace?
No,
Oh, okay.
It's awesome. Steel and Grace.
it's a plan on a play on the fact that we're going to be stealing identities, sort of, and stealing our way into the thing. And she is her Grace. So
Okay.
Actually, is that the right title, or
depends. What kind of noble are you?
she would know. Oh, why would you please?
High five! Woo!
High five! See my face. Thank you. We tried to fix this briefly.
Too late.
Has
Yeah,
a
we
bit-
tried to fix it too late. Is what we did.
Okay, so here's what I know about Nisiana. She did not go to war, but she was in the House of Healing. She did heal people. That means nobles all the way on down. Also, being a healer, healers when they're working have a certain arrogance to them. So she's seen how the nobles of her house work. She's dealt with other nobles. It's not like she's completely naive about this. It's not. So if Grace is the correct title as a minor, Grace seems kind of high actually.
For minor,
she'd be more
It would be
lady.
lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a Viscount, Marquess, something like that. Marquesa. I don't know. I don't know what the noble terms are in Sharn are. That'd be something for you to.
Yeah, I think those are fairly standard. There are, barons and counts for sure. So I would assume.
Then she would be baron as her countess if that were the case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not a minor noble either.
No, maybe lady keeps it vague
Yeah,
enough.
exactly.
Lady keeps
I
it
like
simple.
lady.
Yeah.
Sort of generic enough for you in that sense.
Lady Nisiana, it sounds good.
Okay.
But it would be
And then-
Lady Nisiana in when talking to her, when introducing her, definitely Lady Nisiana de Jarasco,
Yes.
because that brings the house into it and gives it more weight.
That makes sense.
Yes, and I could just be my handmaid. I honestly, I wouldn't be introducing my bodyguards or my people. I could just
Barely
be like,
even acknowledge their presence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Only when you want me to speak on your behalf, you wave me forward and I will say what her lady thinks.
that'll be a whole lot of times.
That is fine. I am here to support her ladyship. I hate to bring this up, but I feel we should have a contingency plan. What if we run into a nobility that you are related to? What if we run into your
you mean
aunt?
Lady, or oh God, what is her title? Milora de Jurasco. What is her title? You know, she is the leader of House Jurasco. If we run into her, she literally is my aunt.
That's true, eh?
But I would treat her with all deference as the house leader.
Perfect. And you still
So-
have noble blood. It says noble blood, so
So basically, if I run into her or any other House Jurasco people,
perfect.
Greg, this is where my house agent thing pops in. Because people, I have the signet ring, I do have
Yep.
the insight, I do have the knowledge.
Yep.
I can pull this off.
Yep. You can absolutely convince them that you are from the house. Whether that will be enough to get in is not yet determined, but, you know.
And what if we run into Aurelian? Do
Well-
we kill her there on the train? Throw that mama from the train?
I think it's highly unlikely she'll be taking public transportation to the event.
Hey, what if?
Well,
You're roboting out, Jen. They just started doing the thing.
how's that?
Better.
Much better.
Better. Thank you.
Okay. We burn that train when we get to it.
Ooh. We should stop it
Should-
first.
She doesn't mean literally burn the train.
Oh.
It's an expression.
It's the thing where, yes, it's good to consider it, but we have a lot of other much higher priority things to think about. Right now, we're doing trauma. We don't need to plan throat surgery.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear for Tanton that we weren't actually going to set fire to the train while we were on it, because sometimes he just takes things a bit literally.
Why wouldn't I?
There's no
Not
reason
like you,
not to.
not like you people try to deceive me ever.
No, I don't.
I can't recall ever doing it.
Right.
I'll let
see?
you know if ever it comes up.
Then how will I know whether I should believe you or not?
We'll
Never
burn that
mind.
train when we get
Never
to
mind.
it.
If she's never tried to deceive you, therefore you can take her at her word when she says it. She has no
But-
record of falsity. Correct?
Again, borrowing trouble where we don't need to. Let's focus on the thing.
I also wish to not have me and Tanton decide to suddenly start burning the train around us. So it's kind of important to get this point down that everyone
He's
understands.
not gonna do that.
what
Okay,
page-
he only set that thing on fire once.
I mean, it left a mark.
Or lack of an eyebrow, but you
Yeah,
know.
Tanton, are we clear?
Well, no, actually, you're rather opaque. But I suppose if proper, if she could cast invisibility on you, then you would be.
Let's put it this way. There will be no fire unless one of us calls for it. Understood?
Yes.
Okay.
So, the immediate thing, onto the train. We're not taking a fake box of the thing that we have. So we are to mingle with the other nobles.
Well, by that time, hopefully our fake ambush has already been sprung, and yes, we'll be on the train mingling with the nobles.
Right.
Because we're still doing that before we leave, since we have time.
Ah, well then let's focus on that first. But
Indeed. So the first thing we need to do is acquire a roughly same-sized box as the previous one. I think we should probably figure out how we're going to do that, as in go buy one. Perhaps Mia Tanton could, and someone else could go do that. Like Maramay.
I am capable of buying a box on my own.
I wouldn't mind looking for a few shopping items if you don't mind a shopping buddy.
Well, the box is the primary thing, but
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Or I mean, we could all go. It's not.
Yes,
You know.
I would rather if someone leaves, we all go together.
Let's do
Okay.
it.
All
Plus,
right.
I mean, there's the whole idea that I probably should not be wearing this to a ball.
Well, Hilar said he would hook us up.
Oh, that's what he's going to hook us up with. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I know. I
that could
know.
Do you
I
trust his
know.
fashion sense?
He said he knew people who could help. Surely those
Oh.
people have taste? Do
One would
they?
hope.
Or should we perhaps go shopping on our own and just send the bill to the King's Citadel?
no,
Hmm.
no, I will trust Pilar.
All right. Well, I'm not the noble, so I'm
You
not
can
too
you
worried.
can decorate it with ribbons once you get it.
Well,
Yes.
not only that, a noble who doesn't care about the current flat fashion is someone who is confident in herself or something like that. So, not going to worry about it. Let's just try and get through the next 2 or 3 hours without dying.
All right. Agreed. Let's at least make sure to pick me up a new makeup kit.
Oh, yeah.
With all my glitter and all that. So at least depending on what he gets you, we can make the look complete. I've got you covered.
We never did get my another herbalist kit for me.
Let's see if we can find that too while we're out. Surely they have those available. With boxes, same stores.
It doesn't have to be one big box. We could just make it look like one big box and cover it with.
So you're not going to go to the big box stores? I just want to be clear about that.
We can go dumpster diving behind the stores where they throw out their packaging.
We could, actually just go behind the tavern or ask the owner if they have any extra big boxes from the stuff that comes in, so we don't have to do any shopping.
Yeah, that's an idea.
She is
Presuming they don't burn the wood in the fire while they're using it for cooking.
right, but we can ask her first
We can.
before we run out and do that. I mean, it's an illusion. It could be
could al-
2 barrels with a flat thing on top,
I could also just cast minor illusion.
or we could do that.
Wait, let me just see. And we'll just bring it up to see. I do have minor illusions, so we might be, it is a cantrip. I'm just going to bring it up here. So it is a cantrip. It takes 1 action. It lasts for a minute, but I can just recast it as we go
Okay.
and maintain it.
But there's no sound, is there?
If only we knew someone who could provide sound for it.
What do you mean, sound?
Well, it doesn't produce any noise, correct?
No, not dispel. I could do prestidigitation, but you can take care of sound.
Not with what I have in mind.
Should it make noise? Should the box make noise?
When my floating disc reaches the end of its spell limit and the box falls to the ground, yes, it should make the sound of a box with something very heavy in it hitting the ground, very conspicuously making that noise.
So I can create a sound or an image, but it is not concentration. So let me just see. I could use prestidigitation to make the sound because it's a harmless sensory effect. So I could use that. I don't see a problem with using both at once because they're both actions with different. But Greg will tell me, he's like, "No, you're wrong. Flip the desk."
No, I think that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, no, I was thinking. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
The only reason I'm thinking this is that if we are using this as a decoy, it makes sense that at some point, if someone is watching and they're trying to see which of the boxes has this incredibly large, heavy thing in it, if it should happen to fall off the disc and hit the ground, and make a very loud thud of something very heavy being in the box, then that lends further credence that we have the actual thing.
How long does your floating disc last?
1 hour.
Oh, okay.
And then it will take me 10 minutes to cast it again.
Oh, that would be a perfect time to be attacked.
Mm.
Well, they would expect.
Oh, that
I'm
would
not.
be.
Yeah.
I don't like
Of course, a
this.
simple dispel magic would take care of the disc, but it also might take care of the illusion.
Well, that's what I mean. It's not an illusion. It's an actual box filled with actual stuff sitting on the...
So we find the box then.
We just need the box. I'll just take
Only
everything
the
that's
box.
in my bag and put it all in the box, and it will slam down on the...
Oh.
Mm.
Well, then we're back to talking to what's her face here at the tavern.
Oh, yeah.
Me and
Kelly.
Dave are not working out tonight.
You were talking about Friska.
Yes, Friska. We need
Well,
a
or-
large box.
Or Callie could do it, the guide. She's supposed to be like our assistant anyways. Either one of them
Oh,
can probably
Callie.
do the job.
Well, who?
Yep.
Yeah, Friska's the proprietor of the Golden Horn.
Right.
But
Oh, Callie. then-
Callie's supposed to be our guide who could probably get the box quicker and easier than he could, in my opinion.
Wispy, they can't use the box they came in because they're trying to run essentially a shell game by having this thing taken and then using a fake version of this as well. So that's why they're using a second box and they're trying to figure out where they can get it.
Yeah.
So we need a new box. One with a lid.
Need a new box.
One that contains
with
the
a lid.
oracle that's hidden within. All right, my lyrics, never mind.
One that
doesn't
won't make
contain
me
the oracle
nervous.
Yeah,
Don't know what to do.
Oh,
One
I
that
was
makes
thinking
me
about
feel.
I read a song.
and demonetized.
When Eber runs with you. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, okay. So if you send out for the box, I don't think it's going to be particularly difficult to find the box. It might be more challenging to figure out this business about adding weight to it and the whole thing about like having the fake one when it runs out, all the stuff that Tanton was talking about. That may be a little more difficult to arrange. But in terms of getting the box, I don't think that will be a particular concern.
The weight and everything. It's just the pieces from the Helmed Horror, the Iron Cobra, all the stuff that he grabbed before we left Salvation is still in the bag. And all he has to do is put all that in the box.
Okay.
He's got a
Yeah,
whole
he's
lot
got
of
the
crap he's
weight.
going to throw in there.
Mhm,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
And while I would be ashamed to lose that, if we have to lose it, we can't.
We don't really have to, unless they take the box.
Take the box so we
Ambush
can.
just take the box and then
Well,
he'd lose
we
everything that's
do
there.
need to resist. You at least pretend like we want to keep the
Yeah.
box.
Yeah.
Well,
No, it was a devious plan to clean out his
honestly,
bag.
if we,
Yeah, that's
if
it.
we get
That's it.
attacked, we really want to capture at least one of them.
Well, yes, that is the hopeful plan.
And we want to make sure that House Orion, like as soon as we can make contact
Orion.
with them, Orion. So
Well, Hilar's
So
supposed to. That's the other thing Hilar's supposed to be taken care of.
perfect.
So it's getting clothes and arranging for that like immediately. So that's
Perfect.
supposed to be happening.
So
Yeah.
let's be decoys.
So as soon as dusk falls, we can start doing our operation, fake out Oracle box, moving, etc., etc.
And as the box arrives and you're starting to do that, Hilar enters carrying also another box. The shenanigans are incredible. No, this is a flat, long box, though. And
Nordstrom's of Shard.
yeah, exactly. And brings it over to you and, the secret table thing again. And then opens it up to reveal this shimmering blue dress, Nisiana, that almost like, again, this secret thing is like the whole like secret ocean, like looking out at the beach type of thing. So this almost looks reflective of that, as if the dress itself has these sort of ocean waves. Really beautiful, very much more ostentatious than what you would normally wear. Like this is very much like a, hey, look at me, type of thing. But it certainly looks the part. And Lara sort of looks at you and says, I hope this will pass muster.
No, I
so
want green.
beautiful. You should try it on, Nisiana.
I am not walking through the streets in that.
Well, I'm not saying that. Just
That's a
I'm
good
going to
start.
keep it
Good, try it
on.
out.
That's a very good start to your pretentious, just haughty nature. Very good, very good. I am not walking through the streets in that. Very nice.
I am not going to win. Y'all suppose we have any ribbon that actually matches that?
Oh yes, of course I do. I've got some. I've got a couple of really sparkling ones that I've been keeping. They were supposed to be your birthday gift.
Who you're asking that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
You
I
were
can
there
set you
when
up.
she bought it.
We can make the look work.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Does it look like it would fit me?
It does. And I'm looking. I'm like, oh yeah, no. This is, and it's got the lace bodice at the. No, we can definitely work it. And are there shoes? Did you bring shoes, Halar? Shoes.
And Halar nods and sort of points to the below the level of the dress when you pull it out. And there are a set of these white
Converse.
and say again.
Converse.
Yeah, Converse. Yeah. No, there's white and blue shoes that are inside the box.
I like the way he's like, just shoes.
Shoes.
White
Not
and
gonna
blue shoes.
describe them.
Those look good. Okay, I think that'll work.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely.
They are
not-
actually heels, if you're curious, but they are not very. But they're not extensive. They're not
Little.
like. Yeah, exactly. Not 8-foot stiletto. Not. So
I was gonna say they're penknife stilettos, not
right.
Ah, no. Oh.
penknife heels.
That I think that'll be
All right,
perfect.
yes, I can. You have outdone yourself.
The sneer while you said that was just.
Do you have any servants' clothes for us? I mean,
And so he nods, and he has the underneath the one long flat box. There is one other one, and he opens it up to reveal what would be kind of like white tunic, simple pants, like things that definitely are not sort of like full out dress to the nines type of stuff for a noble, but which clearly fits the sort of servant class as you would expect it to be. So he provides all of these, and he says, this at least is going to keep you, I would say, relatively blended in, let's say, with the rest of the people on the train.
it distresses me that you know our sizes so well, Hilar, but it's good that you have even more hidden talents.
You may remember, Marimé, that I had to know everything about the people under with whom I served in the last war. After that, it was a simple extrapolation. There was a tailor that we actually used, someone that we could talk about later on who has some skill in this area.
Interesting. I'd be curious to meet them if ever that comes up.
And he nods. And in the meantime, are you putting this thing on, Nisiana, or are you saving it for
I am
just the
saving
ball?
it. I'm not gonna no.
Okay.
You know what? If he's wrong and it doesn't fit me correctly, she can do something to fix it.
Oh yeah, this is not a problem.
There are ribbons. Ribbons go a long way with overdresses and chemises and stuff.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So
Okay.
Ribbons are the adventurer's friend, the fancy adventurer's friend.
I am kind of afraid to get it dirty right now.
Okay.
That's fair. And we do have other things kind of dragging our attention right now.
Yes. So we're gonna have to take this with us, aren't we? Because the night
Wait.
train, we're gonna have to
Your dress?
the whole thing. I mean, we're doing the box,
Yeah.
moving
which
it
is
at dusk.
it's like at dusk, and then we have till midnight. That's 5 or 6 hours at least. We have plenty of
Okay.
time.
So we should have a goal in mind as to where we're going to take this box.
Looks
Very
like Halar
specific goal.
Warehouse District.
If you want to make sure that it's seen by the claw, I suppose that works. And
Is that-
you may already be under surveillance as far as we know.
We're
But-
expecting it.
He nods.
So if you can, Halar, if you are Kari, is that her name? Kali.
Kali.
Callie?
Kali, if so, what we need is start heading there, and take us to a spot where it would be likely an ambush would happen, so they can strike if they're going to. Somewhere relatively deserted, where they think they have the best chance of getting away with it, etc., etc. If she knows of us a place that we can go through, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, probably would be able to find something. There is this question, of course, of sort of balancing out why you would be going in that direction, unless you had specific reasons. Like,
well,
I know why you're doing it, but conveying that to them.
The Oberon is the route that we would take. That hopefully we expect no one to see us along it. That's
right.
Yeah, it is the deserted one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Anticipated our movements, quote unquote. It's definitely a lure. Yeah.
All right. When you have all of this prepared, then what I would ask you to do is, let me think about this. I'm going to have one of you, it doesn't matter whom, is going to make a deception check for me, please. Okay.
Can I make
Not
the
me.
deception check?
I had a feeling you might be all over that.
I'll probably roll a 1 now that I've said that.
Oh,
There is a 1 in it.
Well, 27, huh? All right. So, Marime, you set this up now, and I'm sorry. You are. I know some of you are going, or you are all going the secret path. Who is going with the tensors floating and with the other box?
Oh, I expect we're all going.
Not me.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, I guess the question is, you're leading it somewhere. At what point do you drop it off or leave it or something? Because I assume you're not staying with it until somebody comes, right?
Right. Basically, we would figure out where along the path we think would be best for the spell to fizzle out.
Okay.
And then we delay our start moving to that point until, that way we can get there and it will coincide with the proper.
Okay. All right. So when you set off in your various ways, so to be clear, two of you are taking the actual thing, right? Or is House Orion doing that while just the four of you? Okay. So that's fine.
Assuming Halar set it up, House Orion is going to be taking the real one.
Yeah, is willing to do
heavy
that.
guard and as secret as possible. I don't care if they teleport it there. However they get it there as secretly as possible over to Flamewind.
Okay.
The four of us, because it would be more suspicious if there's only two of us, the four of us are going to do the decoy box.
Okay.
also, I don't want to split the party.
Right, I was going to say.
Tiziana's like, no, we're all going together.
It's fair.
No, and it makes sense that all of us are on the decoy box.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Because it's a more effective decoy if we're all there. We'd all stay together, right?
Yeah. So as you watch the Oracle of War gradually disappear, brought out by House Orion, leaving your sight for the first time in a long time, trying to ignore the sound of surprised gasps and, greedy rubbing of hands together. Yeah, no, that happens.
Strangely, it doesn't make me feel any better than leaving your sight.
So, but no, it is on its way with House Orion. In the meantime, you take your wandering path, and with Marime, sort of directing you, like go up here, take a left here, do all this stuff.
I'm feeling it.
Yeah, until you bring it to a place where it seems like it would be vulnerable if you were, under these circumstances.
Oh no, something were to happen here. Yes.
Right.
I was just about to say, Danton would be like, look, is there a shorter path we can take? This is not going to last forever.
Keep it down.
We're almost there.
Boom! It drops to the ground.
Okay. Right. It makes this terrible, like, smashing, like, kind of, and like crunching sound, and kind of echoes everywhere. And of course, and that sound sort of echoes. Now the question is, do you now, having done that, then book it Like you've
No,
went as
we
far as it
can't
was.
leave the Oracle.
So no, what happens is
No, you're
Illyrian
not.
goes
It's not the
back-
real Oracle.
I
It's-
know.
okay.
But
No,
we're
but-
playing the game,
No,
right?
you're playing the game that you're not. I see. Right.
So Illyrian goes back and says, "What happened?"
The incantation only lasts for a certain amount of time. That's why I said I wanted to take a shorter route than this.
Well, how long does it take to get it back up and get on it?
It will take 11 minutes.
Well,
Do
you
it.
better hurry up then.
Do it quick.
You
We'll keep an eye
guard.
out.
I'll guard the other side.
Can then we take
Acting
a
like
shorter
people who
route?
are-
How much further do we have to go? This will only last for an hour.
Less
We're
talking,
gonna
more
make it.
casting.
We're gonna make it.
Now, is there a certain point at which you are going to do all this stuff and then figure out a way to slip away from it at some point, or are you just going to continue to bring this along? I guess I'm wondering, are you waiting until something or somebody comes up and tries to confront you?
Exactly. I think that is the plan. We actually, the point is actually to try and capture one of the Emerald Claw people alive. So we are waiting until someone actually makes a move against us,
Okay.
assuming they do.
Or we're gonna
Right.
play a great play just for ourselves, and we're gonna feel good
Mhm.
about
It's
it.
going to be good.
Good performance, guys.
Um,
I have
We should have
notes.
a plan to be getting back to our stuff and getting into the train by midnight. So
Yeah,
there's
so-
a certain point where we're like, okay, we're not being attacked.
okay. Yeah, the sound, now the sound definitely, if this happens, when you've got like sort of a crowded, not a crowded street, you're trying to take somewhat, like viable paths that sort of make sense, but still there are people most of the time that are there. So they kind of give you weird looks and so forth. But other than that, no one comes out to obviously disrupt or stop your prep or your passage or anything like that. At least not anyone visible that you can see.
Can
I'm also actively looking. So can I see if anybody's been watching us?
You can try to make a perception check, sure.
Let's see if I'm any good.
well done.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
And I'm keeping an eye out too while Tantan is resetting his spell.
Okay. Nisiana, you don't think from what you can tell that you see anyone in particular watching. Although you did note that when you really first started to look in, carefully look around, that on one end of the street, there were two characters that kind of zipped away. Two creatures that zipped away looking. It was hard to tell because you didn't get much of a glance, but they had seemed to have been focused mostly on you, and it seemed to be one taller and one shorter person. But they do not challenge you. They just kind of, zipped away.
And when you say you mean the group.
The group.
Okay. One taller, one shorter. I will let everybody know through the mind link that
Okay.
we might have something, but I'm not seeing them now.
There is a distinct sensation from Tantan of, like, leave me alone. I'm trying to focus.
I asked Nisiana to point out where she saw these people,
And it's kind of on the end of the street, Nisiana, is where
Yeah.
you've seen them.
and I go zip down there and take a look
Okay.
in both directions.
Let me have you make a perception check when you get there, Larry.
Perception. That is a big old 8.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the area, and it's hard to find. You don't see any obvious any obvious signs of anyone that's watching. And there are a lot of people that are kind of moving past you. Some of them, once in a while, looking up curiously at you, Illyrian, as they pass by. Although most of those seem to be non-native to the city, so they're just kind of like, "Wow."
Well, I'm also not native to the city, so I get it.
Right. But that's the sense that you get. Nothing beyond
All
that.
right, couldn't make it out. All right, it's not worth it. By the time I got there, they're probably gone if they're getting reinforcements. I head back and just tell everyone quietly, so I don't disturb Tantan Macy's casting, to just be alert.
Of course.
And now we
Okay.
play the waiting game.
Okay. You are right. So you're continuing to stick with them.
He's got 10 minutes to cast.
Yeah, there's no attack that happens during this time. Just some people moving around you, occasionally looking at the somewhat destroyed box, but not closely.
Well, they'll finish it, and we'll actually keep moving.
And then once we get to our goal,
Yeah.
we can empty it back into.
If no one attacks us, no one attacks us. That's
Okay.
That's,
Yeah, and you do that. And make not Tamsin. Nisiana, make a perception check for me, please.
Nice.
Oh, 23.
This is where I roll really good until I don't.
Yeah. Again, you think at one point, Nisiana, that you see those same two figures kind of, on the edge of the road
silhouette.
that you're walking down. Yes, but it's the same group, and again are sort of watching you, not threateningly or whatever, but are watching you and seem to have you, well, under surveillance, I suppose, because when you note them, they again kind of melt away into the crowd.
It's kind of like that house that's been following us since we got here.
It is somewhat similar to that, yes.
House cute guy.
Yeah, house cute guy.
House cute guy. I've just revealed the cute guy on the stream.
I have to go look at the cute guy.
I'm not
Yep,
looking.
house cute guy.
To Maramay, do you want to make me invisible and I can hide in the alley and see if I can get the drop on them if they keep following us?
Sure, but we won't get too far so that you don't.
Ideally, no. But if they're, this is the second time now she's seen them, so they're definitely watching us. Just need to keep going, find a corner I can duck around, duck into an alley, and then watch them. They should be passing by.
So Ilarion will duck into a phone booth. And then.
Okay. Haha.
So as soon as there's a convenient moment where we turn, there's no one around,
Right.
I'll cast invisible.
Okay.
Visibility on me,
Visibility. Yeah,
and
on
I will
him.
duck into yon convenient alley, and then wait for them to pass by, hopefully still following those three.
Okay.
Okay,
And I'm
so
now invisible. Bull. That's what I meant to say. Invisible.
So a few minutes pass before you can see that there are indeed two cloaked figures that are following along a good distance afterwards, a good time afterwards, though.
Mm-hmm. I give them about 20 seconds to get ahead of me, and then fall in behind them. Now, keep in mind, I'm A, invisible, and B, I'm floating. So I technically don't make a lot of noise at this point.
That's fair enough. In fact, let me see whether they... Make a stealth check for me, please. But you can do it at advantage, Larry.
Okay. Advantage of invisibility. All right, here we go. Oh, off the 20, but I'll take the 15, which is much better than the 4.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to stay pretty quiet as these two that have been following pass by your position.
I mean, it's look, it's not my forte. I'm going to be the first to admit it, but the invisibility probably does help, I would think. Try to not make noises like the predator as I'm going along.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So once they are making their way down the street. So you're right behind them, Ilarion?
Well, I said I'd give them 20 seconds, so they should be about maybe 30, 40 feet ahead of me.
Yeah,
right behind.
Seems about right. Okay.
And it's one tall and one short.
That's right.
Okay. All right. And since they're technically following my people, it should be easy to follow them because I just need to keep track with them. Now, the bad news is, even in a couple of minutes, I'm definitely out of mind range, link range with the group. So that's can't be helped.
Okay. Also, you're running out of time to get on the train, just as a note, to the party.
Well, I know we got to start heading back at a certain point. This is just about to come to an end, I think. So, because I think we're about to move in on them, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
So
they walk past these two cloaked figures, one tall, one short, and walk past, and then you follow them. So you're following them, following your party.
correct.
And how long are you trailing them for? Or what opportune moment are you going to take advantage of the situation?
Well, I know at some point that once we get the warehouse district that the group is going to stop. So pretty much as soon as these guys stop is probably when I'm going to make my move.
Okay. So I would say they do that. They do eventually then stop at the warehouse district.
Which means that my group has stopped and they're still observing.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So then I will come up behind them and lay a quite heavy hand on each of their shoulders and grip firmly, very firmly, like bone creakingly firmly.
Okay.
And say, we have a few questions for you.
Does Onega scream when this happens, like he's about to break her clavicle?
Not quite, but when you when you do this and you turn them,
I don't turn them. I just grip them.
Just grab them
from behind them. I want to make sure I hold them in place.
Okay.
Is all I'm doing.
They are
but
held in
very
place.
Firm.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't need to turn them. But I speak. They can both hear me because their ears are on either side. And that's funny. If they do turn out and recognize them, then of course I will let them go, assuming it's who Trent just said they are.
Right. So when you do this, and you turn them around and you sort of, take down their hoods from their cloaks, you see what look like two extremely nervous teenagers. And one of them is like, Mr. Please don't bother us. We're sorry. We're here. It's not us. We're not part of this thing. They look very kind of nervous about the situation.
Okay. I increase the pressure on both of them so their knees start buckling. What thing? Speak quickly.
Well, it's like this, Marin here and me, we were just walking along, see, and then this man says, I give you something special if you keep quiet and do what I tell you. And, well, he had us wear these, sir, and wear these cloaks, and we didn't mean any harm by it. We were just walking along wearing these things, that's all. You're pretty confident. You go ahead.
Following the group down there, pointing in the general direction of where the others were going.
Right, and they say, well, not exactly. We were walking along the street, and then someone pulled us off to the alleyway and asked if we wanted to earn a little bit extra coin, see? And
did the man tell you to go this way?
Well, it was two of them, sir. It was one taller one and one shorter one.
Describe them in detail.
And they begin to do so. One of them supposedly has darker hair and has a scar down his left cheek and is human. The other one has some certain tweaks to their features that suggest they might be half-elven, possibly. And they have green eyes, the elf does, or the half-elf. But those are the two, and it's the half-elf that is the taller one.
Neither of those sound like a cute guy, though, right?
No, definitely not.
Okay. And what did they say to do once you were done? Were you supposed to report back to them?
Well, no. They just said we could keep these once we had done what we needed to do. That was all.
And what you needed to do was just follow us as long as you could.
Well, yes, sir. You see, he handed over the cloak that he was wearing and his friend was. And then they took our clothes, sir.
I take my hand off, examine the cloaks. They just look like ordinary traveling cloaks, nothing really special about them.
Make an investigation check.
Investigation. Good Lord, man. What do you think I am? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I'll take the 15 and not the 20 because that's the first roll.
Okay.
I should put that normal, so.
Yes, they look to be pretty much normal, from what you can tell, normal cloaks.
Mm-hmm. Ping these guys with my detect good and evil. Do I get anything off of them in particular?
You do not.
Okay.
Not that it's blocked, like you just don't get that they're...
No, just they're not evil. Yeah, I get
Right.
it. Do they look
detect
like
wise or stupid?
Well, I'm leaning to... Okay, I don't need a spell to detect that. They look like street kids, basically, or just...
Sort of, although a little bit more, not quite so run down, maybe, but in the same ballpark. Definitely
like
to...
lower class.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, but not like threadbare clothes or anything. But
No,
yes,
no, exactly.
but lower class,
They're not-
yes.
they're not
Working
urchins.
class. Yeah.
There you go. Exactly. All right. Okay, I want you to do something for me, both of you.
All right, sir.
And he pulls out 2 gold coins. Gold's one in each hand.
They look impressed.
I want you to retrace your steps. If the 2 men accost you and ask anything about us, direct them down here and say nothing else. And say, we stopped here, you left. That's all you know. Can you do that?
I think so, sir.
And of course, there's no mention about the conversation we just had, correct?
Right.
And he flips the coins to both of them. Go on now.
And they take the coin and they sort of nod, looking maybe vaguely relieved, and head out and back down in the other direction.
I will catch up to the group and relay what just happened. It seems our decoy brought 2 decoys. And tell them I sent them along the path with a note to the others to see if we can lure them out, but we are running out of time. I know that. And we're going to have to get moving if we're going to make the train. I think we can still do it. I want to give it like 15 minutes at the most and see if they actually come and investigate. I don't think they will, but...
Tim can get his stuff back.
Yeah,
This
Tenton
is
can
true.
Get the stuff out of the box, and then and then we'll have enough time to book it back to the tavern, get our stuff, and then book it to the train.
Okay.
No, didn't see your query, Marie. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna wait like 15, 20 minutes to see if anyone else comes along to investigate.
No one does.
All right. Well, that's that then. We should probably book it so we can make the train before it leaves. And we'll leave the empty box in the alleyway.
Okay.
Next to a warehouse.
All right.
Oh.
All right.
I can't help but think that if someone that good at following us and at kind of knowing what's happening might be in fact part of the Silver Torch.
Possibly.
But that's neither
I hope we
here nor
get confirmation that our package arrived safely at its destination. But
Well,
if the
hopefully
house
we
is
bought
supposed to
them
be as good
time.
as it is, it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
All right. We should book it back and get on that train.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you do so, and you actually make it because there are a lot of people that are gathering and getting to this train. Apparently, a lot of people are doing the same thing you are and are taking the train up to this epic, ball that is happening. So there are a lot of people
train
there.
to Rearn?
Rote.
Rote.
W-R-O-A-T. And in fact, I pop up the
Sure
map
it's not
again.
written.
It was wrote. No, it's just the same thing over and over again. It's R-O-T-E. That's really okay. So I'm gonna zoom over here to reveal what I think is there. Yeah. So there we go. So you can see wrote in the center of that screen. Roughly speaking, chat. Okay, so you get there with just a few minutes to spare, but you do get there. And when it starts, the overnight train to Rote sweeps out of Sharn and into the Braelish countryside. And as you move through the train to your compartment, you enter a busy dining carriage. There's a gaggle of nobles and patricians who are relaxing under the light of ever-bright lanterns, swapping stories and sipping wine. There's a young man dressed in white and gold finery leaning against the bar. And he says, "The annual Armistice Ball is sure to be a delight this year," he proclaims. "A veritable who's who's of Braelin's finest. Who here's going?" Seems quite friendly.
Do others around him raise a glass or murmur or say something to him?
Yep, a couple of them do. And sort of, one of them, you get the impression they've been here for a little bit, and that perhaps the bar has been, in use, one might say. But
free with its libations.
Yes, exactly. But otherwise, he looks, to be pretty friendly. The rest of them, to varying or lesser degrees, somewhat are seem not overly perturbed by your presence.
Does he seem to have be part of the house? A house?
I would say not. It doesn't look like he's a member of a house, but it definitely does look like he is a member of nobility more broadly.
Okay.
Because I am sure we had the mind link up before we entered the train.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Valerian will
And
ask,
did I need to change before we get on the train?
well, you wouldn't wear
So
that.
do you?
That's ball clothes, not travel clothes. You
Yeah,
probably just
no,
bring your regular
that I
travel
wouldn't.
clothes.
Just
Yeah.
I would have just fixed up your clothes a little bit while we were heading to the train so that you look like.
fix my hair. Fix
Yeah,
the clothes,
exactly.
add a couple of ribbons.
Exactly.
Put enough ribbons on her that she looks like that new Nerf mascot. Ugh.
Oh, come on, no.
Definitely
No, I
the
would
ribbons.
never do that to her.
Are you talking with anyone here, or are you just doing the sort of further
that's why
preparation and all that?
Kind of in your head saying this gentleman might be a good one to get to know. He seems, a possible fount of information.
Do you want me to ask him if he'll come sit down for a drink with you, Nisiana? I just say through the mind link.
Right.
Yeah. I guess. If you think so. Yes.
No time like the present.
That is
think
not the
so.
correct response. The correct response is yes, do that.
Now.
You've got
I'm
this,
not gonna say that
Nisiana.
in the mind link like that.
You're-
Practice makes perfect. It needs to become instinctive.
Maybe you should be the noble.
Too
He
late.
wouldn't
I am-
look as good in the dress.
I am much smarter than that idiot, I promise you.
It'll be okay. He seems friendly enough. I'll stay with you for sure, and so will the others be close, and maybe we can
And so
find out.
she's just she sort of waves her hand
Okay.
at you. She's
And then, are you
practicing.
sitting down at a table while I go up
If
to
there is
you?
a table to sit at, yes.
There are a couple of tables. It's a fairly crowded dining car, but there's a table or two that you could sit at, yes.
Okay, I will.
And pulls out a
Valerian will
ring-
do what he does best, loom.
And Tenny
Okay.
will pull out a generally clean cloth and kind of dust off the chair and pull it out when he's
Okay.
gonna.
Nice. I will approach the gentleman in question. Say it.
And he just sort of is sitting, standing at the bar and,
Be
sort of.
demure. Pardon me, my lord.
Oh, yes.
I come to you with a request from the lady Nisiana Jarasco, who welcomes you to join her for a drink at her table, should you be available and amiable, sir.
Ah, well, I'm appreciative of your courtesy. I have not heard of what did you call her? Lady whom now?
Nisiana Jarasco.
Lady Nisiana.
Di
Jarasco. Ah, the House Jarasco. Well, I see that we have some represented, even from the healing houses. Well, I suppose I could come over for a few minutes, since you've been so polite in asking. One moment. And he kind of turns and kind of snaps his fingers, and almost magically, as if something else, certainly it was brought there by physical means, but it doesn't seem like it almost, is a drink in his hand, and he picks it up and follows you over to the table.
And I, indicate, and then I just bow and take my place beside Nisiana, and then I ping her and say, he seems like a peach. Have fun.
And he says, Lady Nisiana di Jarasco, I believe.
Yeah.
And he says, well, I think you have been, according to what your servant said, you have summoned me here. I am Jovi Irgraken. I am a noble of Sharn and cousin to the governor of Rote. But of course, for this evening, I am simply a simple gossip monger, gathering information about all those around you is part and parcel of what it means to be a successful person in this business, you know?
Well, I am honored by such a talented gossip monger.
Oh,
I heard that you were going to the ball and you were interested in seeing who else was. And as I am, I obliged.
well, you know, the Armistice Ball is always attended by many dignitaries from the royal court and around. Now, you must be not the head of House Durasco, but soon to be, I assume?
I don't think Aunt Erlana is going to step down anytime soon.
And he sort of nods seriously and says, well, that seems reasonable, I suppose. You've been sent then as an envoy to the house.
I always represent my house in all ways. And I'm very proud to do so.
And he nods slowly. He says, yes, yes, of course. Well, we must all do the best we can to represent, as you put it.
Indeed.
I have no doubt that you will be able to do so successfully. You'll just need to make sure that you have, I'm certain, of course, that you have your scroll of pedigree for the ball.
I just wave it at Uri.
I'll just look over to the does he look at all at me when she waves my way? Or?
Yes, absolutely. Looks in your direction and, oh!
He seems so just like from the impression that I'm getting here, he seems friendly and not too, like he was not condescending towards me as a servant.
Right. You got the impression that he was, but you also were impeccably polite to him, which certainly, may have made a difference.
I am impeccable.
So if you were just like, yo, 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 what? Yeah, that kind of thing like that.
You'd walk out, oi!
Get your ass over
Get
here,
over
noble
here.
dude!
Hi, my lady wants to talk to you.
How can you expect to have any pudding if you ain't ate your meat? That type of thing.
Right,
Yeah, like
exactly.
Okay. So I don't get the impression. Okay, do I get the impression? No, he's a straight-laced guy, right? Like I'm not getting in like any impression like, is he super friendly, too friendly, not friendly enough?
No,
trying
you
to read
wouldn't
the
say.
situation.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Well, make an insight check for me.
Oh, I do want to.
Oh, I should probably also do that too, because I don't actually know about papers of pedigree, or I should know.
Oh,
what
look
that
at my insight check!
Wow, perfectly looks like a perfectly friendly noble.
Wait! I believe in you.
True. That means you can re-roll your one.
You
Can
can
I? Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm
Thank
lucky.
You.
That's your lucky.
Bountiful luck.
That's right, the
Thank
bountiful
you.
luck. Yeah.
Thank you, because that is embarrassing. I have advantage on insight. Oh, better.
Much better.
Suddenly,
Thank
you.
suddenly it's like a scene out of V.
Everyone believes in you too.
Thank you,
They
Nisiana.
live. No.
It worked.
Your
Finally,
Your read on this, Maramé, is that this person you don't think is necessarily sinister, but they might well be bored, and they do seem to be interested in finding out about people. Obviously, that nobles themselves have a kind of a penchant for gossip and things to kind of break up the monotony a little bit, you think. And so you did not get the impression that they're kind of, being creepy with you about, or sinister in some way. But they want to know what they know, but it may be coming more out of kind of like a casual practiced boredom than anything else.
Okay. So then when Nisiana waves my way, I'll just say, of course. I just, of course, have to make sure that I have the right version of paperwork. Is there somewhere where I can... I apologize. This is not my place to ask you. Of course, my lord, you have other things to worry about.
Oh, it's quite all right. It's quite all right. But what are you asking me exactly?
Oh, I look to Nisiana in a little mentally I say let's see how much he laps this up, and then I look at her seeking permission, may I continue speaking, my lady, basically.
Yeah, I'm like I remember somebody in the hospital who was just kind of I'm looking at my nail and I just sort of just nod my head in her general direction.
Okay.
And I continue. I say, this is my first time assisting a lady of such stature.
to the ball, and I wanted to make sure that despite my research, I had acquired all of the correct paperwork. It is not my place to ask, but perhaps you could indicate to me where I could find someone who could show me that I have everything before, of course, we arrive. And
Well, if you simply need entrance information, that of course is very simple. You simply need to provide a scroll of pedigree to enter. That's easy enough. Or unless, you a veteran of the last war. Those are also welcome so long as they are ranking officers.
all right. Thank you, Kind Noble. That is very kind of you, sir, to share me that information.
It's my pleasure to do so. It's not a problem, really. And I expect that with this information, you'll be able to do what's necessary, although I'm sure you already have ways in. You have never been to this ball before, and he's speaking now to you, Nisiana. You've never been to this before in previous years?
I have not.
Well, you're in for a treat. The dancing itself is somewhat tedious, it must be said, but at least the food is always good one way or the other. And besides, I think there'll be a chance for, while the cat's away, the mice may play. The king is going to be unable to attend this year due to pressing governmental business. And so that means that we're going to be having to occupy ourselves without the king himself being in attendance. But you have nothing to worry about once you get through. Security's tight, though, so it may take a while. On board the ship, spellcasting is strictly forbidden, and one of the king's own wizards provides magical security. So it'll be important.
Oh, it's such a shame that the king won't be there. Who will be his representative?
Well, there's some claim that there will be different ones that are a part of this. Who is it that I know of? Well, there are going to be a few different people. There is Balthazar Dranitz, of course. He's the Minister of War, a copper dragonborn, He's well-liked, generally, and many of them find him to be friendly. I'm not 100% sure I understand what exactly his role is in this, but certainly he is loyal to the king, and that's probably all that matters. He'll be there. Of course, the daughter of the governor, Caesaria, she will be there as well, although it must be said that conversation is not really among her particular talents, in my experience. And then, of course, you may have some knowledge of this. There is... there's Lyra Kinley. She's the matriarch of a large family of halfling wine merchants. And if you can get her to speak to you without biting your head off, well, she can be somewhat friendly. You just have to understand what you're dealing with, ultimately. So things of that nature. There are a number of others. I do know, or at least there is a rumor, of course, that the head of House Cannith may be in attendance, and that will certainly be something which will be worthwhile. I am most excited to see whether or not Cannith has anything to say. You see, Armistice is very important to that particular house, given the stuff that the material that they worked with during the war. It'll be exciting to see what they have to say now that things have changed, since obviously peace is upon us. I know it's better for all concerned, but I must admit it's a little bit boring. I wish sometimes for a bit of variety.
Oh, another of the houses, of course. That would be really quite fascinating, I think.
I imagine so. It'll be very useful to be able to see the houses interacting with each other. Always wanted to meet the head of House Cannith. I hope I'll get my opportunity to do so.
Well, so do I. What should I be looking out for, since you've been so kind to me, and this is my first time, and I do not want to show my house badly.
Oh, well, I'm sure that you won't. He gets like this sort of like, he reaches forward and he says, Well, and he kind of like just carefully pats your shoulder, not in a creepy way, just kind of like, oh, there type of way. And he says, you should do just fine. I imagine there'll be a number of people there who you'll be interested with. I will say that perhaps Tybalt Erstarn is one you need to be careful with. He is the eldest son of Rote's governor, Lord Connor Erstarn. He's brother to that Cesaria, the one that I mentioned before. And,
Right.
well, Cesaria and her brother, the rumor is, don't get along particularly well. And so there's been some frustration between the two of them. Certainly gathering some information, if you wish, seeking out the secret ways of court politics might be a way to get yourself invested. This is the greatest game, of course, this game that we play. And even if some think that the rules change, I at least understand the value of winning in a game of this sort. It is most exciting. The game itself is worth playing. So, if you are to meet some of those figures, you should do quite well. And, well, you know, and he kind of like leans forward and whispers kind of conspiratorially, you know, there are rumors that there could be someone who may be attempting to infiltrate and perhaps attack here. Those swords of liberty, you know. Now, I don't know whether that's true, but I certainly can tell you that you have nothing to worry about because the security will be as tight as it gets. No spellcasters allowed on board. I mentioned the king's own wizard providing security. Well, there's nothing to be concerned about, I'm sure. But you certainly won't want to upset the guards any, let's put it that way. They are somewhat on edge.
Well, I think they'll have things in hand. I shouldn't worry about that. Right?
Well, one
And
would...
I look at, you know, my looming person here, Erlarian.
I would hope so. It seems like you have, and he kind of looks Larian up and down. It seems like you have the right people for the job, I suppose. You should be fine, but mostly this is a social occasion as much as it is a political one. As long as you remember that social occasions are really just political interactions, you should do quite well. And, well, you know, if you find yourself running into trouble, all you need to do is speak to me. Never let it be said that an Ergraken would allow someone to founder when they could, well, perform admirably under the circumstances. And since it is your first time, I would be happy to help you, as an assistant, if you will, to introduce you to these other nobles. Certainly that's better than my introducing myself to my cousin for the 7th time. It would be much more interesting to work with someone who's new to this endeavor. Just having something new at all, actually, is exciting.
Wouldn't it not be tedious to bring me around, introducing me to everyone?
Oh, certainly not. It would probably be quite pleasant. Perhaps you could throw some of them off, maybe give Cesaria a little bit of a smile to fit with that frown that's perpetually plastered on her face. Well, I imagine that even though you are, as you put it, a lowly noble, that you would be of most interest to many people there. Well,
I'm no one important.
oh, well, I'm sure that's not true. You lady, you must be related. Well, who are you related to?
Well, Aunt Erlana.
Oh, really? Well, then, of course, you'll be of huge interest. I imagine you must then have met the House of House Cannith. No question you would know something about them, and perhaps you could bring those two together.
I could certainly try.
Annie
I'm
nods.
Sure, we could have House Tarasco and House Kenneth working together on a very bit of I don't know.
And he says, you will do just fine, I'm sure. Listen, how about this? When this happens tomorrow, I will be happy to join you and your retinue here and perhaps lend you a hand if needed. Not that I would ever speak for you, of course, but if perhaps something became somewhat confusing, as I say, not only would I accompany you, but I would be willing to translate.
I do have one question.
Certainly.
If no spellcasters are allowed on, those who are dragon marked are not allowed?
No, there's a special exception made for those within the dragon-marked houses. After all, as I said, House Canet's leader will be there and all. So there are exceptions that are made. However, they are very closely watched, and there are many wizards nearby, some concealed and others not. So I think we have nothing to worry about on that fair.
Oh, okay. Because I am a true daughter of House Jarasco.
I am most happy to hear it, and I imagine a true daughter of House Jarasco would have much to say to true sons and daughters of some of the other noble houses.
Well, I certainly have my opinions.
I would like Tantin, Merime, and Ilarion to make insight checks for me, please. Not Nisiana.
Oh, because I am like...
Good stuff. Hang on, I gotta bring my.
I am
character here.
desperately trying not to step on my tongue right now.
Inside.
Okay.
Ooh, nice.
Yes!
Okay.
You're distracted by cat now, as Kenneth mentioned,
Okay.
No.
I'm surprised you didn't get up and bolt from the room.
right?
Okay, so we've got a 22 for Ilarion, and Tantin with a 12. That's very on brand, I think.
And a 24 for Mary.
And Merime with a 24. So
I'm watching this guy.
Ilarion and Merime, it's actually not about him that I'm mentioning this. You are, of course, talking with him, and you're in this rather crowded dining car, as I've mentioned. And on the other side of that dining car, you can notice that there are two figures that have been taking an interest in you. They are what look like a pair of bald and probably half-elven slightly, because their ears slightly point up at the end. One is dressed in red and the other in black. And they look at you from the table as they have their drinks in front of them.
I am so glad I don't notice them.
I'll kind of break out of the link and just ping Ilarion.
I was just about to do the same.
Okay.
And I'll just be like, did you notice those two guys?
Yes.
We can't handle this in a way that'll draw too much attention, though.
Well, as of yet, there's no crime against just watching someone. There's not much we can do until they make a move. But you're right. To draw undue attention is not the way we need to start this.
No, maybe we should break this and head back to our room. I'll let Nisiana know. Not about them, just that we should maybe...
Tell her in like 5 or 10 minutes to wrap it up. Let's see if they're going to do anything before. Let's give it a little more time until to draw to a close, and then we'll see if they start to follow us as we head back to our compartment.
All right, I'll let her run it, and then I'll see how it goes. And
Okay.
Perfect.
Fill in Tantin at some point during this as well. I'm not sure he quite caught it.
yeah,
I mean, it's honestly easy for me because I'm literally looming over everyone else in the space.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
I'm surprised I'm not brushing the ceiling. For
Well,
God's sake.
you're pretty close. I was about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I will let him know, and then I will not tell Nisiana now. She's got enough going on. She's got to focus.
We will inform her later. Besides, I want to see if they do anything once we start to leave.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. And then I'll just ping to Tantin and say, "Hey, Tantin, just so you know, there's two guys watching us. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look." We're gonna wrap this up in 5 to 10 minutes and see if they do anything or follow us back to our rooms. Just so you know, don't look. Tantin, don't look.
Don't want me to react. Don't tell me about them.
Well,
We haven't told Nisiana for that exact reason.
yeah, Nisiana doesn't know either. I'll ping her back in
And
case.
we're
Here's a
keeping
hint.
it.
Don't tell her. Learn from the mistake with me.
Don't look. I'm linking us back in. And
This image of you saying to Tantin and just being like, da, 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 like, right?
don't look.
Everyone in the car, like,
exactly
look,
what Nisiana
just
would
don't
do.
look.
oh, right.
Okay.
And just whip zoom on the bald, half elves, just like,
It's like, so basically, chit chat with him, play the ingenue because I'm not actually playing that hard
mhm.
because I'm like, should I, are there things that I should know about? Are there any customs I need to be aware of? What if somebody asks me to dance and I don't want to dance with them? Just stupid little things.
And he
Frivolous
responds in the
things.
same way. He seems to enjoy the conversation, and responds in the same way. You very much feel as if you've kind of been taken under his wing a little bit, and being like, it's fine, you'll do just perfectly well, and all that sort of thing. So you get the impression that he is going to be looking out for you in some respect.
Nice. About 5 to 10 minutes in, Missy, if you're ready, we can probably wrap it up and make sure we get a good night's sleep.
Well, then I will stifle a small yawn, and then I will be like, my lord, if you don't mind, I think I need to retire.
Oh, yes. It's been, of course, a very long and busy day, and we are, of course, on this this midnight train anyway. So, yes, absolutely. Sleep and rest will be most important. It has been a great pleasure. I am glad that we had the chance to meet, and I will see you at the festivities tomorrow. I wish you the rest of Eberron. And sort of, sweeps low, bows, and then he whispers, and remember, if you're going to gather gossip, make sure you do it quietly and tell only me. And he kind of kind of winks, and then turns around and sort of winks, turns around, and then is like, well, who else is, and is sweeping off. But the voice that he winked to you is sort of a little bit different. He heads off that way. As he does so, the rest of you're then getting up to leave the dining car,
Yep.
if I understand this. Okay.
I get up and they all start circling me like they do.
Okay. When you head off on the dining car, you note that neither of the bald men follow. They do continue to watch from their table, but they do not follow you as you leave the dining car and enter back into yours.
How are the spaces between cars situated? It's open a door, step out, open another door, like a classic train? Or
I am
what?
glad you asked, and I
dear.
happen to have...
Does he have a pit? Ooh.
Oh.
Yes, I do.
Oh God, there's
Well,
going to be
that
a
seems
fight on the
highly
train.
dangerous.
Why would you say that? This is just...
Because it's you. And
It's just illustrative.
here.
Because it's
pure
me.
illustrative.
That's
Yeah,
right.
so we've got the
Fabulous.
residential car back here, right? And then you've
Okay.
got
Yeah.
the dining car. Let me move the dice roller for chat. Hold on. Sorry, chat. Hold on. There's
Are
the dice
these
roller.
100-foot squares?
Each one is 500 feet. And then down here you've got the residential, and up here you've got the dining car, where you just were.
Hey, that's fabulous.
All right.
It's something.
Where is Hilar in all this, by the way? Is he back at hiding somewhere?
Hilar has not you. Well, Hilar is on the train allegedly, but has not come with
far as we
you
know.
up here. Yep.
Now, I assume that the Hellar would have provided papers of pedigree for Nisiana, right? He provided everything else, so he would have.
Yes, there are papers that were provided for
Good.
Nisiana that introduce her as a member, as a representative of the House de Jarasco, blah 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 blah. So yeah, there is something
Thank
for that.
goodness. I was worried we have to
Thank
find a forger or something in town and blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
I
okay.
know.
And so now, as we're getting back to whatever room we have, I'm going to be asking Marime, if no spellcasters are allowed on, how are you going to get on the boat or the gala in there?
I
How
think
are
they
they
mean
gonna
no
be able to-
spellcasters are allowed to cast.
Yeah,
There's no
Oh.
magic allowed.
I
Yeah,
think
spell
Okay.
casting is forbidden.
spell casting is forbidden. Yeah.
Speaking
I
of
was freaking
Marime.
out. I thought they were saying that no spellcasters were allowed, which is why I asked about the house Buchanan. The thing. Oh, Tanton. Does the leader of House Buchanan know you?
There are several legions of House Caniff. In this particular case, it would most likely be Merrick's Caniff.
We should put makeup on you or something.
Oh, you mean to disguise me? Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Yes. Also, I mean, we can't hide that you're of House Buchanan.
And he just kind of holds up his arms and his dragon tattoo. He just, it's like, no, not really. especially
Yeah,
not
it's
from the
kinda
leader
like-
of the house.
He could wear gloves, long.
It shines
long
through
gloves.
the gloves.
Yeah,
and
no.
Through the, when they're active, you can't hide them.
Yeah, these are 10-foot squares. Is that correct?
These are. That's a good question, actually.
Yeah.
Give me
Given
a
the
second.
size of the
here.
beds, yes, they're 10-foot squares.
I would think so.
One moment. One moment.
All I have to say is the last time that I ended up somewhere where I couldn't use spells in battle, I did not enjoy it that much. So hopefully we won't be battling on that ship.
I actually
You'd
think
like
these
to
are
think so.
probably. Yeah, these have got to be 10-foot squares because because each of these are single like rooms basically. So
Yeah,
you
so
figure they'd be about
figured,
20
yeah.
feet. Now they're even in a nice car, like a nice train car, they're not going to be enormous, but nonetheless. So
You're
yeah, I
not
would
gonna
say
have
10 feet.
couples sleeping on top of one another in a bed that's just like a twin. Stack them like logs.
Ilarion asks Merrimaid to make them invisible again. Just go ahead and then go on to your rooms. I'll be there shortly unless I encounter trouble.
Actually, before we go on, I need to write down this lord's name. Jennifer was focusing so much, I literally could not get it down.
His name that the one you were just speaking to was Jovi, which is
Bubala. Oh, no.
yes, yeah, Bubblicious. No, his name was Jovi. That's Jovi,
Jovi.
and then Graken, and that's IR''Graccen. Jovi Graken.
Graccon.
EN.
And he's the brother of who?
He is not the brother. He is he is a cousin to the governor of Rote. And the governor of Rote, by the way, is a guy named Lord Connor Erstarn, but Jovi Graken is the cousin to him.
And he likes it if you refer to him as Bon.
Or Connor Ostar?
Connor Erstarn, ''Starn. Connor is Konner.
And okay, you I am dyslexic and you overspelled it. So ER''Starn.
That's right.
Okay, because if I do not put this down right now, I will never remember it. And honestly, I could possibly see him being an ally in the future, if nothing else, to keep him from being bored. And, as I think about it, I haven't lied yet.
No.
So,
Which is why
I'm
you
doing
did so
okay.
well. You
If
are.
anybody calls me out, I will just look like I'm attempting to curry favor with the nobles.
Yeah.
Or something weird like that.
And you folks are going to your individual train cars, your individual rooms, except for Ilarion. If I
am staying with Nisiana.
Yeah, she and I. And if Tantan would rather stay in the same room as us, he can. I don't care.
Just be aware there's only one bed in that room. There's not going to be a lot of. I mean, you can have rooms like right next to each other, but these rooms are not particularly large. I'm just letting you know. Like,
well,
we've shared beds
Merme and
before.
Nisiana are staying in the same room.
okay.
Yeah. And I'll say to when Ilarion asked me to when they asked me to make them invisible, I'll be like, I can, but if anyone comes near you, these are not big corridors. They're going to slam right into you. You are not small, my friend.
If the people I expect to come through, I will be doing the slamming first, so it will not matter.
All right. Well, you'll stay within 60 feet of me, so we'll stay in telepathic contact. Have fun, and I will just bang.
If they're at the very end, we'll be out of contact with 10-foot squares. These are about 100 feet long.
All right,
Because the position I'm taking it is right at the beginning of the door.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're not wrong. I take up most of the square, but standing with my arms down to the side, it's not that bad. So I am gaming the space. So I'm not like standing directly in someone's way, but I'm going to wait 5 or 10 minutes to see if the two gentlemen do actually come into the compartment.
Okay. I will say, well, we won't be far. Make some noise. We'll come, and I will.
You will hear it.
I will cast invisibility on you.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun. Don't get dead.
I will report in either way. If nothing happens, or again, if something happens, you no doubt will hear it.
Perfect.
And you folks are positioned where you want to be. Tantin's over there.
No,
Sorry.
I was waiting to see where they put themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, where is our rooms?
Yeah, the room, where you're putting yourself is pretty much right, actually.
Okay.
So far.
And I'm probably bunked behind Tannis right here. There we
Yeah.
go. I'll be on that one.
So
Not
you're
that I need it,
being
but
here.
whatever.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So
All right.
that's where you are too, Tantin.
Yeah, he's there. Spanner is sitting guard outside of Nisiana's room.
Okay. Sounds good.
Nice.
I'm a little larger than a mouse.
There
Ah.
we go.
No, shoot. I can't do that because. Well, actually, it's fine. You know what? No, I'll leave it like that. For now, it's fine. Okay. So he's there.
Oh, that's what I need to talk to him about at some point. All right.
And Alarian, you are waiting in that spot. If
I'm
I
just going to wait
understand
here for
correctly.
about 10, 15 minutes to see if anyone who's not a noble, particularly one red or one black dressed, bald, half elf, whoever, pokes their head in at some point.
Does not over that time span.
All right. We'll give it another 5 minutes. After 20, I'm going to assume they're not coming in.
Okay.
No go?
No go so far.
Screw it. Let's see. It's now. This is like 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Are there windows in the train doors? Yeah, windows in the train. Is there a window in the train door to look through?
There is not a window in the train door this direction. No, the train doors actually do not have windows. Plenty of windows on the outside of the car, but not from car to car.
That doesn't help. Okay.
I don't think he means from, or do you mean from car to car?
I do mean from car to car. Can I
Okay.
see out the window into the other next car?
Sorry, I
Apparently
thought
the
you
answer is
meant-
no.
I thought you meant into individual cabins. Sorry.
Nah. That wouldn't make any sense. All right. I'm assuming they're not coming. It doesn't matter. They'll still hear noises because I don't have to sleep. I will keep, since the invisibility, it lasts until, what is it, 24 hours, Marie, or until
1
I do
hour.
something? Only, oh yeah, they cut it down. Okay, that's fine. I will go to my room and sit is what I will do.
Okay. And by the way, who is taking a rest at this point? Like as you're there. Okay, so Nisiana is. Marimay, are you?
I'm going to wait a bit, make sure she's asleep first, do a little song, something gentle. And then once I'm sure that she's asleep, and I'm gonna ping just Ilarion and let them know, because I know that they're gonna stay awake because they don't need to sleep, and just let them know that I'm going to call it a night. But I'm going to put something kind of in front of the door to make sure that nobody can come in. So my pack will be just there, just kind of blocking it or making noise. And I'll make sure that and then I will just lie down beside Nisiana, and when I'm sure she's asleep, and I will also rest. I need to gain my spell slots again.
Yep.
And
I'll tell you, I'll tell her really quick. No one came in. It seems all is quiet, but of course I will be on guard.
And
Perfect.
Tantin, what about you?
Tanton is resting. Spanner isn't.
Spanner isn't okay.
He doesn't have to.
Right. Okay. So I would say probably about 3 in the morning. I will need Spanner to make a perception check for me, please.
Oh, let the goodest boy do good.
Yeah, do good as boy.
And I believe in him too, if that counts.
Whew. So that would be a
Two.
no, maybe not, because if it's hearing,
Yes.
okay, then he has advantage on that. So 16.
Nice.
So he hears, Spanner hears the sound of some odd, the car is moving, the train is moving along at a regular pace, but there is a strange scratching or scraping coming from outside the car.
Oh dear.
Outside the car.
Yes.
Something on this train car. Oh, sorry.
There's something on the wing.
Right.
I'm telling you, I'm not insane.
You stick your
It's
head out
right
and it
there.
squeezes your face. It's like, and then, and that's the newer one. That's not the Shatner one. Anyway, so hearing that, Spanner immediately heads for Tanton to wake him up.
Okay. And as the door opens and as you are woken up, Tanton, you have the experience of turning and sort of looking out to the window, because I assume that's what you do, because Spanner's like, there's something, coming. But you tell me, I shouldn't assume.
Well, he just, as soon as he just kind of comes in and just not headbutts, but noses very sternly, in a not a hey dad wake up,
Right.
but a get up now,
Yeah.
you know, kind of thing. It's like this is a
Yeah.
little more important, you know, sort of thing. Tanzan immediately wakes up, looks at Spanner, and Spanner's ears pivot towards the towards the outer wall.
Okay.
And so Tanzan turns to him.
And so when you look in that direction, you can see what very clearly looks like reaching next to the window a hand, and from the slight light that you can sort of see as you're going along, there is the eerie white and sort of sodium white glow of the lightning that's always at the rails below as you're going along. And illuminated in that light, you see very clearly a red-sleeved hand reaching for the window. And that is where we're going to bring our session to a close for the evening. As we continue on the murder of the Orient Express. No, not quite that, but
It's the train to
On the
Busan.
Lightning Train Express.
on the Lightning Train Express. A lot of fun, though, folks. We got things underway, and we're heading to the capital city, and there is, as promised, intrigue, and maybe you have a friend who can help you with more of that intrigue, and, you know, we'll see
We're
what
heading
happens with
back
that.
to the capital city because we came through Rote on the way in.
That's right. But you never actually stopped there. So this is
No.
one of those deals where you're not just stopping at the airport. You're actually going to this place and going to this ship. So we will see how that all plays out. But I'm very excited to see how you folks are going to handle that next stage. Yeah, exactly. It's a Dementor. Yeah, no, not quite so much, although that is a great scene, the Dementors. I will start, as per usual. Let me get rid of the cute guy. I don't want any, you know. That's right.
How dare you? Sir.
I will start with the bottom of the pyramid, and I'll start with Larian and with John. Larian obviously had some interesting things to kind of work through here based upon the information that was starting to be gathered about the possibility of a spy, about dealing with the Oracle, about who gets the Oracle, about all that kind of stuff. And so there are a lot of moving parts here, and because you have a lot of people at play now, it's the Emerald Claw seems to be a focal point right now, but there's like multiple agents of that, that you've got a lot to sort of sort through, and it was interesting to me to see Ilarion kind of figuring out from a tactical perspective, like who needs to be worried about first, and that sort of thing. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
This was a lot of fun. It was good to have another interaction with Flamewind. Flamewind. Yeah.
Yeah, Flamewind.
To speak more on equals, because the first time the circumstances just weren't like good for that kind of back and forth per se.
Right.
So it was very interesting, and yes, the completely I did not expect her like, yeah, I'll take it on for a couple days. Sure. My weekend project, like, oh yes, sweet. So
Yeah.
assuming it got there intact, which I'm assuming it did for House Aurelian or whatever the hell their name is.
That's true. Montage. Someone is like, the guards are all dead, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah. But you're exactly right. They are really trying to juggle several pieces. There are a lot of moving parts in the city with Aurelian, at least as far as we know here. Now, we haven't confirmed that. It's all been on hearsay from other people, but cute guy, I guess, is a reputable source of information. And that's really their biggest concern, keeping the Oracle safe. Making sure Aurelian doesn't get it. Making sure the Claw doesn't get it. Now we got Rakshasa Boy to worry about too, and he's just like, oh, this is... Thankfully, though, other members of the party are stepping up, putting forth really good ideas that they're able to take the pressure off them a little bit and put it on other people so they can be in the hot seat. Yeah, this is great. I had a great time, and people can usually find me here. That's about it. But I will be at Gen Con, as you said, and yes, I've had a minor role to play in the Gray Shade Kickstarter, and there'll be more on that later this month. And yes, people, spread the word. At the very least, spread the word. If you've already given, thank you very much. But if you can't, just spread the word. The more eyeballs on this, the better off it will be. So, yeah, good times. Can't wait till the next session. Get to stab some bald people. That'll be fun.
Thank you, John. Always a pleasure. And yes, by the way, as we're finishing these outros, folks, again, deal still counts. If you can get this done before we have to leave tonight, you have about 3 to 5 minutes left as we finish out outros. So exclamation point Gray Shade KS, 487 left, and they'll get some new cool bit of
Everyone talk
information.
really slowly, like I should have.
Yes,
for the
really
past 2
slowly.
minutes.
Moving right up on, but always a pleasure, John. Moving right on up the line. Jen, Nisiana got a chance to play out her desire to be the lead character in a Jane Austen novel, quite clearly. Thank you, Wispy. So you got a chance to see that, and it's going to be very interesting, I think, too, to see how, because it's true. I mean, Nisiana isn't going to be like completely at sea about it, but it's not the normal thing that Nisiana does as part of this, and it's a little bit high stakes. It's one thing to be healing people. It's another thing to be able to keep up with court gossip and all that stuff. And, maybe you made a friend here with Jovi. Who knows at the end.
I mean, there is a part to Nisiana's background this is actually coming into play that Mary knows about, but nobody else knows about, is the whole house agent. She is a house agent for DiGiorasco.
Yep.
So the whole I am representing my house is real, and she is incredibly proud of her house, which is real. Also, as a healer, she knows all she really has to do is listen and occasionally ask just the right question.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't have to do a whole lot of talking. Just occasionally be like, ask a question that kind of leads the other person on to say stuff. And I also appreciate that I've realized she's not actually lying. This all actually is true. Except for she doesn't actually have the title lady, but she is a lady. So
yeah, kind of fits roughly.
And you're not lying. You're just omitting information he doesn't need to know.
I am, and if it comes back to me and Aunt Erlana, not that I would call her Aunt Erlana to her face, comes back on me, I'd be like, I am paying off my debt of House Jarosco to King Citadel. You know that. This is what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I've actually got more confidence than the more she thinks about it, she's like, no, I got this. Badly, but I got this. So
badly.
And also I've definitely taken note of the dude's name so that I can actually remember it, because I'm gonna hang on to him and see if I can get some more gossip out of him. I may in fact mention a couple of things to him that I have heard in the grapevine.
Okay.
And see what that brings up. But I'm going to discuss that with Mary. So we shall see.
Good stuff.
I am enjoying myself. I will be around on the internet, on Twitter, most likely, and Facebook as Jennifer Brozek. If you want to see more of my cats, Jennifer_Brozek, which is all of my cats. And yeah, I just got nominated for the Scribe Awards, so I'm pretty
Yay! That's right.
Yay.
That's right. Yeah, congratulations on that, Jen. And and good stuff tonight. And I will see you for the next session of this.
Yes.
Moving right on over the pyramid on parallel. GamingVPN.com. Great stream, my friend Arvin Elleron. Not sure if total real gaming. Oh, it's Startup Tim. Okay. In that case, I do know this person. All right, that's fine. For a minute, I literally was like, wait a minute. I do know Startup Tim. What's up, Tim? Good to see you. I have not seen you for a little while, but I am glad that you're here. You probably see me talking up my Kickstarter a bunch, so you probably saw that. But always good to see you. Yeah, Startup Tim has been a long-time viewer of the channel. Always a pleasure to see Jen. Yeah, Aruno is the same thing. We're all like, the mods are getting ready with a hammer. Oh, okay. Always here lurking. Yeah, no, good to see you, man.
All the hand, we're going to
That's
beat
right,
on
that's
this
right.
person. Oh wait, we don't have to beat on this person.
Yeah, no need to ban mods. No need to ban. 6538, only 462. Close. But good to see you, Tim. So thank you, Jen. Looking forward to the next session with this. Moving right on over. Marie, obviously Marame got quite a bit of chance to practice deception, and things like that, and to figure out other aspects. I love the idea initially when you told everyone about what you had said to the Rakshasa, and, Nisiana is just like, what? And you're like, well, it was one of those things where like, I am in big trouble now, actually, and,
She meant it.
Yeah, no, I believe it. I believe it.
She is going with them.
No, absolutely. I believe that. It was fun to watch that. And of course, Marame also having to figure out the one element of the Draconic prophecy that was not, that was that was the problem for you, you know, that was the one that you were sort of unsure about, that the dream sort of connected to, whatever, is the one that Flamewind doesn't actually know and can't figure out. So you're like, well, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. But that's going to leave a lot more interpretation for you to do. So I'm actually interested to see how that kind of plays out as well. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had fun. I enjoyed today's session a lot. Merimi actually considered not telling Nisiana what she told, because she was like, she's gonna follow me, but then she was like, no, we're not gonna start that. This is like, you know, the road to like parties falling apart. So like, no, she's gonna like obsessively tell her sister everything, no matter how angry it might make her, how much it might put her in danger or keep her safe. Knowledge keeps us safe. So anyways, so she thought about it. The reaction was what she expected, so that was very enjoyable. And she's also been enjoying watching Nisiana's interaction tonight. She likes the fact that she gets to keep an eye on her and with the others. And she's been enjoying kind of the way Nisiana is playing it is as innocent first time, which is not what Merimi would have done at all, but is working really, really well. So that part of it is very much working and enjoyable. And she can play a very polite servant too, a very demure, polite servant too. That's a nice change. She'll take it.
Yeah, where she ends up being kind of like not second fiddle, but like is not the one having to be upfront in terms of the deception. Well, I mean, you are deceiving, but like not the one that everyone's focusing on, right? Like the idea that Nisiana's doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, Nisiana's got it, and she's being truthful. She's good at, even if she's talking around the truth, she can do that. Lying is the problem, but the way she's playing it right now is really clever. So like Merimi is like, okay, she's got this. This is good.
I like that too, where you're just like, you know how well I can lie, Nisiana. Like I'm great at that. Like I just, and it's just like
it's
really
my thing.
convincing. It's great how well I lie all the time.
A world champion.
Yeah, I'm champion of lying.
I lie so great, but not to you.
Yeah, no.
I can't.
Well, no, she wouldn't lie to me.
No.
She knows better.
Yeah, I do,
Because-
and I don't.
She would trip over, and it would be bad.
Exactly. It's yes. So the lines have been drawn, and I think they're very good. So now they're enjoying a nice quiet rest, and I'm sure that they will get a nice full long rest.
Oh, sure. I'm sure that,
all
you
the
know.
spells back.
Tanton's got this. It's gonna be over real quick, and
That
we're just
part
gonna
might be
sit
true.
through it.
Next 2 days from now, Trent's just like 2 sessions from now. Well, Tanton was a great character, but like,
Just pulled out the train and thrown out.
It's just going to start out. Spanner just going to leap through the window, taking Tanton with him to attack this guy, and they're just falling off the train. And
right. And then I'm gonna have to run a whole parallel adventure of Tanton and Spanner in the wild. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Marie, where will the fine folks find you next?
So next, you can actually find me right here on this channel on Monday for Bag of Giving. We're going to be playing The One Ring, which is really cool. It's what happens if Gandalf would have gotten the ring. I am creating my character tomorrow, so I can't wait to introduce you this character once I figured out what they are going to be. But the details are so cool that I just couldn't select yet. So it is very cool. And aside from that, find me on Facebook, find me on Twitter, find me on Instagram, find me a bit everywhere, and come hang out. This is really fun. Thank you so much for being here.
That's great. Thank you, Marie. Always a pleasure. You got a lot of Marie this month, Chad. I hope you're happy that we've got as much Marie as we have. But always a pleasure. Thank you, Marie. And last but certainly not least, Tanton also had a fair bit that was going on there. First of all, at the beginning by talking about those magical items and about who could get what, and there was a little bit of strategy going on there. That sort of secret knowledge about like, well, I can fix you, but I also might erase your memory. So there's that with Alarian. But then and of course we'll see what happens with this last thing, the cliffhanger of the hand reaching to the window. But I have to say that I was really I was amused by Tanton going through this, and then the reaction to when Jovi's going through the whole business about like, the leader of House Kenneth, and you're just like as a servant, I can imagine Tanton like pretend servant, like being like, so yeah, all the finest people will be there, for the Armistice Ball. So it's going to be good times. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
First of all, I would like to thank Prince Justin for doing a marvelous Babylon 5 quote from Zathras. Not the one.
Not the one. Yep.
I love that show so much. I love it all except for season 5. Season 5
Yeah,
is
yeah.
awful.
Season 5 wasn't great.
Anyway, why do you have it sitting there, Trent? Because I'm going to show it to a friend of mine as soon as either of us really get up enough of it. Because everything before this, the previous 4 seasons, we're all like, ooh, okay, we're getting together this weekend, right? Yes, we are. Now we're both like, do you want to do something else? It's like, well, I mean, we've got the, no.
It's a slog to get through this, right?
Yeah, it is. It's anyway. So yeah, had a lot of fun. A lot of people that talk to me about this, like, I mean, so often you're just sitting there. You're just sitting there while everything happens around you. It's like, yes and no. Tanton is always busy doing something. He's always working on something, and he may look like he's just, idling through the thing, which in some cases he is. I, however, am going, all right, analyze. And I'm constantly pulling in all this information and sitting here going, okay, let's see. So we've got this thing we have to think about. We got this. Okay, that can impact this thing this way. And so I'm just sitting here strategizing. I'm like, could Tanton figure this out? No, he wouldn't even notice this was going on. I understand.
Yep.
So he is not wise at all. He's very smart. He is not wise. That's why his perception sucks so badly.
Yeah.
And why he gets focused on his work and he doesn't notice what's going on around.
And you do misperception checks like it's your job, like on a regular basis. Like you like classically miss them in this game.
That's what Spanner's for.
Yeah. It's true.
Just that most of the time, when there's a perception thing to be made, Spanner's not with me.
Right.
He's carrying Isiana around somewhere, and it's like everybody's like, "Make a perception check." I'm like, "Shit."
Still don't see anything.
Right. But yeah, it's always fun to play this because I get to kind of almost do backstage stuff, and then on occasion lean in with the inserted bits of comedy, like we'll put some makeup on you. Oh no, oh, you mean as a disguise? And I was like, and I saw John, I saw you do that, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess that is funny, isn't it? And I was like, for just a moment, it was exactly what he meant to say. There was no double meaning to it whatsoever.
Right.
And it's not until after it comes out of my mouth that I'm like, oh wait, that could mean a couple of different things. All right, fine.
Like Aruno says, incoming train. Does it look brighter to you? No.
It's like that light's getting bigger. No, it's
fine.
The same distance.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I'm sure he has definitely noticed the head of the House DeCanneth train.
Oh yeah.
Barreling.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's why I immediately went to D&D Beyond. I was like, who's the head of House Canneth in the Southern District? That's Merrix. Okay. Merrix. Merrix Canneth. And it's just like, shit. That would have been, if Merrix was the one, because Tanton doesn't know who of House Canneth basically sent him to the King's Citadel. It may not have gone that high up, but if it did, Merrix is going to know exactly who he is. And it's just like, shit. So
I have this image of him being, I'm sure this isn't true, but being like just a more even gregarious version of Tanton. So just being like, Tanton, my boy, as it like echoes, like, like just Tanton DeCanneth, the person who's not a servant ever. Like
everyone else on the train is like, hello.
Yeah, it's like, it's that scene from the end of John Wick 2 with the, like everyone excommunicado, like everyone stops and just stares at you in the train. Like,
there's also in Neil Gaiman's Neverwhere, there's a scene where they're on the Earl's train, and the Earl like sees the Marquis de Carabas is like, no, you get off my train, you get out of here right now. And de Carabas is like, I could be more used to off this train than on, which is exactly where my head is. It's like Tanton and Spanner just go out the window. You just grab this red sleeve, leap out onto the ground, and the train continues on. And that's one less person they have to deal with. There's probably portions of that running through his mind. Could I survive a trip, jumping off this train? Do I have time? Yes. And he's like, do I have time to build something that would harness the power of one of the passing conductor stones to lighten my landing? No. Anyway, where will people see me next? Here on Tuesday.
Yes. for more adventures in Middle Earth as we are heading towards the confrontation. Have to head across the waste now as they're heading ever closer to their encounter with the dragon. So we will see how that all comes down.
But before that, because let's see, what time is it?
12 a.m.
Happy Father's Day, Arv.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's true. It is Father's Day now.
It is Father's Day.
Officially, my son came in today because he had obviously been briefed by my wife about this and was just like, Daddy, he's like, tomorrow's a special day for you. I'm like, is it? Like, what is it? And he's just like, it's Father's Day. I'm like, oh, I thought it was a guy wearing blue jersey day. And he's like, his smile not breaking. He's like, you're right. Like, clearly he's just like, I don't know what you're talking about, Dad. You're a lunatic, but that's fine.
But it is also Juneteenth.
Is also Juneteenth. That's right.
Yeah.
Awesome day.
Yep.
Awesome day.
Yep.
And for those of you who will not be around to watch Adventures in Middle Earth on Tuesday, I have a favor to ask. Wednesday is my birthday. So what I would like is any of you who are not going to be watching Adventures in Middle Earth, the birthday present that you can get me is to go and either support the Gray Shade Kickstarter or spread the word about it, because then I get paid to do audiobooks for it.
These are all true facts.
Right. If you are going to be there on Tuesday, then I'll remind you then. But if you're not going to be there on Tuesday, I have to tell you now. Otherwise, that's a technical term, by the way. So yes, thank you, Wispy Song. Already done. Very nice. Thank you very much. And if you have supported it, thank you. Please continue to spread the word. Everyone you don't know, as long as you like them. Because if you don't like them, well, we'll still take their money.
Indeed.
Their money still stands.
And those two, that's right.
Then that. Go ahead, Art.
That's okay. Good, lovely stuff as always, folks. I'm sorry we ran a little bit over, but we took our break a little bit later. So anyway, I will let these folks go. And thank you, everyone, for being an awesome part of this and for doing a great job tonight. I'm excited for this campaign to continue. But until then, until I see folks in various places, check we get some love for our amazing players of Infinity and Beyond, represented by Tren Sparks, by Marie Bilodeau, by Jennifer Brozek, and by John Helfers. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, players. I'll see you folks soon.
Bye, everybody.
Bye for now. All right. That is good stuff. And that is going to do it for us. But for this evening, although I will say, where's my thing as I get over to that? There we go. That will do it for us. But again, we will be back with more of this game next month. We'll have 2 sessions in July, of course. And I'm really, really enjoying the Eberron campaign. It's working the way that I hoped it would. I really happen to like this world a lot, as I've mentioned many times. And I also am really enjoying. I was getting ready for all of the political intrigue stuff, and that's exactly what we've gotten. Is just the intrigue is on point. So I've been excited to have that. So when they were talking about, when Trent was talking about like, and then this person is connected with this person, I'm like, yes, tell me more. So I was very excited for that. And there's going to be a lot more coming up with more of The Last Word. But that's going to do it for us for today. But tomorrow, remember, or later on, I guess today, is going to be more Sound Clash: The Clampdown. Brandon O'Brien, The Rising Tides, will be your GM. And he'll be back with Sound Clash: The Clampdown. Then Monday, we have the Bag of Giving event, which will be the 2E, the One Ring, 2nd edition, and it will be Gandalf the Ring Bearer, which is very interesting. I'm actually very interested to see how that all plays out. And then on Tuesday, as was mentioned, we will have Adventures in Middle Earth, and then we'll be moving on over on GOG.com to Pen and Pixels and Talisman Adventures. So we got a lot of material coming up, and then we will be back on Friday week from yesterday with more D&D with viewers, actually. So we're going to be doing that as well. Now, two things we want to do before we wrap up tonight, though. Also, because this gives us a little bit of extra time, just a bit of extra time for more Gray Shade stuff. So I would love it if people could go over and support it. I know many of you already have, and if so, thank you so much. If you haven't left a comment on the Kickstarter, that's also something you can do if you supported it, which would be very much appreciated. But what I want to do now is we need to do nominations, and we have not had a chance to do so yet. Nominations for the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month. So I'm going to pop that up, and that should be, there we go. And there's Arvbot Plus coming in hot, just as we would expect. Let me just get that one up there with polls. There we go. Lovely. All right, folks. So this is going to be played not this coming Tuesday, but a week from Tuesday. So if folks would be so kind as to nominate a game, and what I'm going to do here is these fun little incentives that if you have not already done so, backing the Kickstarter will allow you to get an additional nominated game this month. This is, again, only for people who have not backed yet. It is an incentive, and I am most appreciative to all those. But that's only going to be for right now. So what game should Arv play this month? Lay 'em on me. What are the options here? Let's see. Arkham Knight. I like that. That's a good choice. I happen to have that already. Yes, The Last Epoch. I remember that was one you brought up before, Lone Wolf. Others. Unravel 2. Mrs. Dunsel, what is Unravel 2? It sounds cool, but what is it? I am not familiar. It's on Switch. I'm just curious as to what it is. Guild 3. That's triggering some, that's tickling the back of my mind. What is Guild 3? Sounds like a knitting game. Unravel 2 is a platformer. Okay. That's cool. Guild 3 is what? Wispy? Oh, Guild 3 will be a pretty good contender for PoE. Are we talking about it's a sim for political and merchant? Okay, so it's like a sim basically. All right. And Unravel, are you saying Unravel is like, when you say PoE, you mean Path of Exile? Is Unravel 2 is like a Path of Exile thing? Oh no, Unravel 2 is a platformer. You play a character made of yarn. That's part of the mechanics. Last Epoch is the, oh yeah. Oh, I'm tired. My brain fart. Okay. Yes, that's right. Okay, that makes sense. All right, these are all good choices as options, I think. Last choice. Unless, of course, anybody supports the Kickstarter, in which case you get to make two choices. But going once for this, going twice for this. All right, let's do it then. So the top three vote getters, I should say, top 3 vote getters, folks, will end up in the final choice. The one that's going to be is going to be attached to the straw poll. So get your votes in right now. Type $vote space and then the number of the game you'd like to vote for. If you want to vote for Arkham Knight, it's 1. Last Epoch is 2. Unravel 2 is 3. And Guild 3 is 4. That's confusing to everybody enough. You can see it there for yourself on the screen. So top 3 vote getters will end up being in the final category. So get your votes in. Vote now. Vote early, vote often. Oh, just vote once each. You can back early, back often. That you can definitely do. Oh, gosh. Tired. Okay, and if we get, so Last Epoch is definitely ahead. If we get one that's, if there are two that basically have more than the others, then I don't mind putting just two in the final category. So you can always change your vote if you want to make just two as the top ones. I'm going to last call this. So we've got Last Epoch, we've got Arkham Knight, Unravel 2, and Guild 3. All right, last call. Can't put all three of those into the second place spot. Last Epoch looks like it's going to get in there, but I can't put Arkham Knight, Unravel 2, and Guild 3 all in there. So I need someone to vote for either Arkham, Unravel, or Guild, or I need someone to change their vote so that we've got two viable contenders. Okay, we've got Unravel 2. All right, let's see. Thank you, Rudnell. All right, going once, going twice. Okay, so there we go. So Last Epoch is going to be choice number 1. Choice number 2 for this month is Unravel 2. So there are your two choices. If one of the mods would be so kind as to attach this to a straw poll and then do the next game command for this, that would be super awesome if you could do that. And we will have the final vote on that coming up on Tuesday will be the final vote, and then I will be playing it the Tuesday afterwards. So please get your votes in. That would be lovely if you could do that. Please get your votes in now. So again, it's Last Epoch and Unravel 2. Yeah, I always, because the thing is, it's not Epic. I used to think it's not Epic, it's Epoch, because Epic is different. Just want to make sure I didn't take that off the screen before I knew that we were doing it one way or the other. Thank you for everybody, by the way, who tweeted and retweeted this. Thank you for everyone who signal boosted. Prince Justin, special thanks to you for having done a lot of this. Just like boosting the signal and making connections and all that. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Yes, we're done. So that's the two. Last Epoch and Unravel 2. Last Epoch and Unravel 2. Those are the two. So you got those. Last Epoch, Unravel 2. And I'm going to exit out of this. Lovely. Okay. So there we go. Now, so what we're going to do tonight, chat, is we are going to do a raid, I think. We're not ridiculously late, as we sometimes could be. So let's see who we've got here. What's possibility? Oh, actually, that is a good possibility. All right. So, yeah, perfect. All right, I know exactly who we're going to raid. So again, if you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Check out the YouTube at !arvtube, Discord at !arvcord, Twitter at !arvtweets, website arvanelleron.com, !arv shop for the merchandise area, !arvtreon to support the Patreon. Please sub to the channel, as some of you did. Thanks for the gift sub again, Startup Tim, going to Gone Eden. And then, of course, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, 5e Adventure and Sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and once again, Gray Shade KS. Really need this to continue to move and continue to have momentum, so please let people know about this. Spread the word. Hashtag Gray Assassin will be the way that you can do that. Thank you, folks. It would be very, very much appreciated. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE. This is the way to step up and support the people of Ukraine who have been terribly disrupted and had their lives devastated by an illegal and illegitimate war. This is a way to fight back and to step up, basically, in a small way to be able to help people. But a lot of small ways can lead to a big way. So please consider doing that. And thank you. Please get that vote in on that command. Thanks, Dragon, as we go through and do this. Now, last thing to remember is just the raid command. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And if you are a sub, you're going to do this. Arvany hype, the Arvanauts have landed, Twitch raid, and then a bunch of Arvanese. If some of you want to throw in there, back the Gray Shade Kickstarter or something, that's also cool. But mostly focusing on those Arvany emotes would be really great as you are brought over there auto-magically. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, and thank you as well. Triffid, I know, stopped in here a little bit earlier on, so thank you, everybody. Best mods in the business. Thank you to my Patreon supporters and subscribers. Thank you to Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God. Thank you to Nonstop. Thank you to Wispy Song. Thank you to Jagtress, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Optic Nerve, Prince Justin, and Trendane. Thank you. And thank you to my viewers. Thank you to Apu Music. Thank you to Asim Casa, Crit Twitch, Darkside Rob. What's up, Rob? Thank you to Far Neighbor, to Jinal, Kooky Canuck, Layer Rake, Light and Passion, Nintendo Switch, Radio Johnny, Panda, and Zed Proxy. And special thanks tonight to my wonderful players, to Trent Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, to Jennifer Brozek, and to John Helfers for being really awesome and doing a great job of this campaign. I can't wait for that to continue. But that is going to do it for me. I will see you folks tomorrow for Soundclash the Clampdown. Please, again, spread the word and please support the Kickstarter if you can. Let people know about it as we continue to move onward and upward with this campaign. Otherwise, I'll see you folks tomorrow. I think it's around 7 p.m. Eastern for Soundclash the Clampdown. And stick around for the raid, which will happen as soon as the outro video is done. Until the time I see you next, everyone, please be good to each other. Have a good night. The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Hilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. the Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it, especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey and saved Salvation, but can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn.